Good morning and a very warm welcome to the start of a new PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour season. The first of 12 events on the Pro Tour getting underway in just a few moments' time here in Riga. Start of a new season, 12 events over 6 weekends, with all roads leading to the World Darts Championship. The top two players on the rankings at the end of the season will qualify for Ali Pali, and the top 24 players will qualify for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, and they will play for the Jan Hoffman Trophy and a spot at Ali Pali as well. I'm Alex Moss, delighted to be in your company once again on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour again this year. And we've got a busy day of darts. This is Pro Tour 1, and it is time to settle in and enjoy the darts. We've got a strong lineup of players here for the opening weekend. 88 entries for this first weekend here in Riga. And all eyes are going to be on the top names once again, the likes of Andreas Harrison, Teemu Harju, Oscar Lukasiak, the three players that qualified for Ali Pali last year. Can they get there again, or are we going to see some new names come to the fore and book their spots at the World Championship for the first time? That is what we're going to start to find out today. We've got Pro Tour 1 today, followed by Pro Tour 2 tomorrow.
There is a practice room is for boards, so
And
you
we have
can
already seen some action here in Riga this
ladies
weekend.
will be able to
Yesterday, we saw two
practicing on
European Tour
the playing
qualifiers.
board,
The first
except
of
if
them
you
was
are
won
not
by
playing very
Andreas
good.
Harrison,
Yeah, so the
the
players will
PDC
play
Nordic and
next to
Baltic
the
number
board,
one for last
and
year.
with
He
this you
won
are
the
you are
first
able to
qualifier,
start practicing. Uh,
coming through 5 rounds
in the
to
playing
qualify
area,
for
Baltic
the
water.
Poland Darts Open in a
Actually,
few weeks' time.
upstairs you see the
He beat the
sign of
returning
Baltic
Yanni
Triangle
Havisto
Tour.
6-3
You
in the
hear
final.
no any other
He is going
drinks.
to be heading
And
to
in the
Krakow
hall, and in this hall,
in
only the
February,
water
just a
which
couple of
you
weekends'
can
time.
find outside is provided.
And it will be the first European Tour
Please
event to be
hold
held
your
in
gaze
Poland as well.
beyond
So
time,
we are going to see Dirty Harry
so
compete in that tournament.
no one have to catch you
The
on the
second
hotel. Outside, there is
European Tour
actually
qualifier that we
there
saw
is a
yesterday take place was
TV
for
that
the
you can
European
see
Darts Trophy in
those
Göttingen.
upcoming games.
That's going to be taking place
If
in
you
March,
have
and the winner of
an
that
issue
was Jonas
parking on the gates,
Masselin.
you always
He
can ask
also
from us
won
at the
through
gate,
5 rounds
so
to
we will
book
help you
a
to park
first
there.
ever appearance on the
Yeah,
European
all
Tour,
games will be played
beating
final
Anton
best of
Ersland
11,
6-2 in the final.
starting with the bull.
So we are
Okay,
going to see
if
Jonas on the
nothing
European
comes,
Tour for the
if
first
it
time this
start
year.
5-5, then the
We
players
do
will
have another
start first.
European
Let's
Tour
start
qualifier
second.
taking place later today. That'll be once Pro
Replays
Tour 1 has
will
wrapped up.
affect others, so please switch
That will
off
be to get a spot
ringtone,
in the
your
Belgian
mobile phone,
Darts
or any
Open.
other gadget.
So plenty of darts coming up
No
today
shouting.
and tomorrow as well over the course of the weekend.
For the
Thanks very
first
much for
rounder,
joining
we
us, and do
assigned
get involved in the live chat as well. If you want to
next
come and
day
say hello
closer state mark
and
next
support your
day.
favourites,
If
let
you
us
are
know who you're
coming,
going to be following
don't
today.
park outside. There is a
We're going to be kicking off the streamed
row
action
of
in a few
chairs at
moments'
the
time
dark
with Matthias
market section,
Svensson against
so you can
Ralphs
press the market button
Lomanis.
here if you don't want to mark.
As you can see in the
Without
background
the
there,
board, where
plenty of boards are going to be on use today
um,
as we crown our
next
first
game
Pro Tour
after
winner
the first
of
game should start. Next
2026.
game should start within 5 minutes after the
Players just
first
getting
game
a,
is
a
finished.
briefing from the
So
tournament
all
officials before we do get
next
underway.
28 players check the
Just
schedule,
run you through
check
some of
the
the games that we've got
gate,
coming up today,
so
some of
be
the
on
players that are
time
going to be in
and be
action.
ready to start the game.
Of course, some of the top players are seeded for this tournament. Andreas Harrison, the number one seed, he will be going up against
Yes, also,
another
if you
Andreas
finish in
in
the game,
Andreas Toft Jurgensen. That will be
watch
a
chat
second
mark,
round game, a last
please
64 game.
do it
We're kicking
upstairs.
things off in the
Nothing
last
in this
128 on this live stream in a few
hall
moments'
now,
time.
because it will be very loud, and then we will
Yeah,
have to
plenty
close
of
those
big
doors
names are going to be in
and be
action
on time.
today.
Yeah. So please,
Yanni
if you
Havisto,
want
great to
just to
see
see
him
these
back
guys,
involved on the
have some
Nordic and
help,
Baltic
that's great.
Pro
But
Tour.
please
We've not seen him
upstairs,
for a
there
few
will be a
years.
little bit later also
Someone that
power, so
made his mark on
you can
the
do all
PDC
this
World Cup of
socializing
Darts a few
upstairs.
years ago. Brilliant game that they had against the Netherlands, beating Michael van Gerwen and
Yeah.
Raymond
So
van
now we will
Barneveld on their
call the
way to,
players
I
to
believe it was the
games.
semi-finals back in, I want to say around
Board
2012,
number
2013
1,
time. So going back a
combination
few years,
darts
but
from
great to
number
see
1 all
Yanni back
selected.
in the field
Board
today.
number 2, Niels and
Someone that I had the
Salman
pleasure of
Johnson.
chatting to this week
Mark
on the weekly
Davidson
Darts
Muller.
cast, Edwin Torbjörnsen.
Board
He's in the
number
field
3,
today.
Christian Johansson.
Had a great run to the final of the inaugural Nordic and Baltic Championship last year, losing out to Termo Harju 8-2 in the final. He only played 2 weekends on the Pro Tour last year, Edwin, but as he said to me earlier this week, the plan is to focus on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. The plan is to try and get to all 12 events and get back into that field for the Jan Hoffman Trophy at the end of the season. And to be fair to him, you look at how he got on in the 2 weekends that he did play last year, a semi-final and a final. So he's going to be one to keep an eye on this year if he's going to indeed play the whole season. Looks like the players are just getting ready to warm up. They've had their briefing from the tournament officials. Play should be getting underway in a few moments' time. See the player just coming into shot, Ralphs Lamanis. Will be on this live stream in a few moments' time. And what a season it was last year. It was the biggest Nordic and Baltic season that we've ever had. 12 Pro Tour events last year. And then we had that inaugural staging of the Nordic and Baltic Championship out in Copenhagen. What a great weekend of darts that was. Top 24 players in the rankings all qualifying for that. And in the end, it was Termo Harju who won the title, beating Edwin Torbjørnsen, as I mentioned, in the final. And in the World Championship went to the player that finished third on the Pro Tour rankings, Oskar Lukasiak. And what a dramatic finish it was to the Pro Tour last year. We saw Termo Harju sneak that last spot, that runner-up spot in the rankings after winning Pro Tour 12. Oskar Lukasiak, he missed match darts during that tournament. Had he won the game against Brian Locken, I believe it was in the last 32 or the last 16, then he would have got that second spot. Termo got it in the end, and he only did a big favour for Oskar by going on to win that Nordic and Baltic Championship and making sure that Oskar did indeed get to go to Ali Pali as well. Well, as you can see, the players are warming up. We are getting underway in a few moments' time. Lots of action going on today on the outside boards, as you can see behind you. I will try and keep you up to date with all the games that are going on, but you can follow all of them as well. They are going to be on Dartsconnect, so if you head on over to tv.dartsconnect.com, click on PDC NB 2026 Tour, Latvia Weekend 1, and you can follow your favourite players. The games have just got underway. The player that I mentioned a few moments ago, Yanni Havisto, he's just got his season underway on the Pro Tour against the Lithuanian Mindaugas Lidzius. Fellow Lithuanian Mindaugas we saw. More familiar one, Mindaugas Brauskas. He had a great run in that Nordic and Baltic Championship last year, getting to the final session, the quarterfinals, knocking out Oskar Lukasiak on the way to the last 8. It's going to be interesting to see who can come out on top today, who's going to get off to the perfect start on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. As I mentioned, 12 events over the course of the year. This is the first double header of the season. We will be back at the end of March, the final weekend of March, followed by the third weekend at the end of April in Finland, the fourth weekend taking place in May. At the start of August, we are going to be heading to Oslo in Norway, and then the final 2 events of the season taking place at the end of September. And then the season concludes with that Nordic and Baltic Championship, the end of October, start of November. So the players just bulling up here, and then we will get the streamed action underway. Lots of games already got underway on the outside boards. Just going to see who's going to win the ball to start off this one. We are operating with the PDC rules, so you don't leave your dart in the board. Got to get a 25 or a ball for it to count. Good job I'm not playing because we could be here quite a while. It looks like he's going to be Ralph's Lemanis to get us underway here on the streamed action for Pro Tour 1. Not a bad first start, but he switched with the second and third. And Ralph's someone that was desperately unlucky not to get into the Nordic and Baltic Championship last year. Just looking at the rankings and how it finished up. Finished 25 euros off that 24th and final spot, which was taken by Edgar Newtins. So he was very, very close to getting into the field for Copenhagen last year. He'll want to make up for that this year, get into that Nordic and Baltic Championship, be involved in that tournament. And having that season finale, if you like, it has opened a lot of doors for the players in this field here, because the top 1 and 2 spots can feel a little bit of a tall order to get into, but getting into the top 24, that can be a realistic goal for a lot of these players. Gives them something to aim for, especially going into the final weekend of the season if they're not too far away. Lemanis, just 19 years of age, one of the youngest players that we're going to see in the field this weekend. Played on the development tour last year as well, had a very good run in the final weekend of the season, getting to the semi-finals. Ended up playing in the World Youth Championship as well over in Wigan. Got a win against Victor Tingstrom in the group stages, got through the groups as well, which is no easy feat. The field of players that are getting into that tournament every year is getting better and better. It's a pretty close leg, this first one. Not much between them. It will be Lemanis with the first go at a checkout, coming downstairs. Needed the treble 19 to get a shot at the double 16. Left it pretty handy though. If he comes back, Matthias, similar outshot, needed 2 trebles to get down to a double. Not going to threaten it this time. So 55 for the opening leg on throw for Ralph's Lemanis. Tops he wants. One outside. One just under. 2 darts missed. That's a loose first dart there from Svensson. 2 single 18s would have given him a shot at the ball. He's not going to get a shot at any double there. Lemanis coming back for double 10 to get the opening leg on the board on throw. Chasing round the board. Just about sneaks it in. Well, it's just outside. Excuse me. But he is going to come back with another go. He's splitting it. Double 4 gets there in the end. It is a 26 dart holder throw. Look, that he won't want to be looking back on anytime soon, but he's got the first leg. That's all that matters. Can tell you that Ralph's, he's in the same management as Oscar Lukasiak, Andreas Harrison and Anton Ursland. Not a bad stable of players to be involved with. Svensson, someone that we've seen not a lot of on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, but he's been playing in various events around Sweden, the ADC events. We've seen him involved in those, obviously national championships as well. So he's getting his name out there, and he's come here to Latvia this weekend to test himself against the very best players in the Nordic and Baltic region. And this is the place that you want to come to really see how good you are. That's an inviting first start. Doesn't follow it with anything but a decent lead for Svensson. Lamanis will switch to the ball to leave the 170. Single 25 gets him down to the big fish. This the second biggest finish in the game, the 167. Won't be taking it on this occasion, but puts a bit of a dent in it. Lamanis, let's see if he can pull out the big fish in leg 2. Needed a treble 20, needed one of them. First start to give him a shot. Svensson coming back at 72 to level up his first round tie. Another one of them for a dart at tops. Gets it. 72 finish for Svensson. Levels up its last 1-2-8 tie. And that is much more like it after the opening leg of 26 darts. An 18 darter there for Svensson. Lamanis fires in a 180 to kick off leg 3 on his throw. All of these matches are the race to 6 legs, so following the PDC Pro Tour format for the majority of the rounds. So it's all good experience for the players that are maybe just coming on to the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour for the first time, getting to experience that longer format of matches as well. They might be used to the best of 5s, the best of 7s, but the best of 11 is a real race, a real test of endurance for these players. Well, using the bull again there, Ralph's 225's getting him down to the 170. Looks like he fancies taking the big fish. He's left it again. Svensson not quite down to a finish yet. It's a perfect first start. Can't find the second treble. Does with the last dart. Leaves himself well placed, and looks like the two players are getting better and better here after that first leg. Lamanis down at 45 after 12 darts. Svensson working out the maths to leave himself finish. Well, I say that, he's not down to a finish there. 162, it's not possible. Double 16 for Lamanis. Can't find it. The time is on his side here because Svensson has not left himself a checkout after that last visit. So this double 8 to edge back in front. And he find a way through. He's moved all the way along the other side of the oche. Yeah, it was a tough ask there, the first 2 darts blocking the target. Svensson to get the first break of throw. Options here. It is 10 for tops. Goes off target, so Lamanis coming back. Double 8. That looks a more inviting marker. There's more misses on the doubles for Ralph's. Svensson to get that first break of the match. He gets it. He had chances to break in the first leg, didn't take them. Takes them in the third leg, and we have our first break of throw in this first round tie. It goes to the Swede. Matthias Svensson goes 2-1 in front. Still a long way to go in this one, first to 6 legs. This, of course, a local event for Ralf Slamanis, living in Riga, the capital of Latvia. So just on his doorstep. Sure, he didn't have to worry about any hotels or too much travelling to get here this weekend. We mentioned earlier about the seedings for this tournament. Andreas Harrison, the #1 seed. This the first time in PDC Nordic and Baltic history that we've got seedings for these Pro Tour events. I'm reliably informed by the PDC Nordic and Baltic Swedish representative, my unofficial uncle Dean Moss. A good visit there from Svensson as he looks to consolidate that breaker throw with a hold here. Amalis with a 1 treble visit. Keeps him in touch in the leg. Svensson got a switch here, and he does to get down to a finish. The maths was right on that occasion. Lamanis may have to switch after the first start to get down to a finish as well. Well, the idea was there. 418s would have got him down to that 170 again. Svensson now that's got a bit of breathing space in the leg. He switches to the 18s as well. Lamanis, can he get back into the leg? It's a good adjustment with a second. And the switch to the 18s again is wayward. Matthias Svensson to double his lead. The shot's still on. Treble 17 for the ball. Not going to go. So Lamanis looking at 1-3-4 to break straight back. He's looking for 2 treble 17s for double 16. Svensson now to double his lead to go 3-1 up. 1 dart at tops. Goes high. Lamanis has not left this very handy at all. 99. The shot's on. He's going to be 1 dart at tops. Goes inside. It was a great first dart. Gave him that chance. Svensson now going round the houses. Double 5. All 3 darts going inside. Svensson's turn to miss a bunch of doubles. Lamanis steps in to get that break straight back. We are level after 4 legs, 2 legs apiece. Svensson had his chances to go 3-1 up, didn't take them. Can Lamanis kick on now? Get his name into the last 64. We do have our first winner on the Pro Tour for 2026. Yanni Havisto, a 6-0 winner against Mindaugas Lidzias. Solid start for Yanni on his return to Pro Tour action on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. Plenty of other games going on the outside boards at the moment. Anton Östlund just gone 2-1 up against Niels Heinso. Östlund coming very close yesterday to getting into one of the European Tour events, losing out in the final to Jonas Maslin of the ET2 qualifier. Lamanis starting downstairs on that visit. But back upstairs here to start this one. Good find with the last. Get down to that 170 again. Third time he's left it in 5 legs. Can we see a bit of magic here? Not this time. Svensson to keep the breaks of throw going. Wants 1-2-1. Well, the shot's off now. Sneaks the treble with the last dart to leave himself on double 18. Lamanis, his throw is under threat once again. It's going to be 13s. What a great find, double 12. Goes inside. The missed doubles are racking up for both players. Svensson to break again. And it is the best leg of the match so far. A 16 dart breaker throw from Matthias Svensson. As he once again breaks the Ralph Slamanis throw, goes in front again at 3-2. And that is 3 consecutive breaks of throw we've seen in this match. We really don't know which way this one's going to go. Plenty of results coming in though on the outside boards. Edgar Znutins, someone that we saw in that first staging of the Nordic and Baltic Championship. 6-0 winner in the Battle of the Latvians against Gatis Ozols. Been plenty of bagels being handed out in the early stages of Pro Tour 1. Jacob Skovgaard, 6-0 winner against Tom Veji. That was a Battle of the Danes. Another Danish player through, Michael Mogensen, 6-0 winner against Mika Mustanimi. And the 6-0s keep coming. Arunas Sakalauskas, a 6-0 winner in his first game. Alexander Thorvaldsen, the Icelandic player, he dropped a leg. He won 6-1 in the first round. All of those last 1-8 ties. On the outside boards, 2 of the heavy hitters in the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, Andreas Harrison, Oskar Lukasiak, both warming up for their first outings on the Pro Tour this year. Harrison, number 1 last year, going up against Andreas Toft Jørgensen. Lukasiak, he will start his Pro Tour season against Jonas Gravesen. Those matches you can follow on Dartsconnect. Focus for us right now is this last 1-8 tie between Svensson and Lamanis, and Svensson looks like he's going to get a bit of daylight in this one for the first time. It's been a very close game so far, just the one leg between the 2 players, but this a chance to go 2 legs in front. Looking at 80 to hold his throw. It's a loose first one. Will he go 25 ball? Well, he's taken a bit of a gamble there. Well within his right to, I think, the way this game's gone so far. He's left it very well placed though. This 157. Not going to go. Svensson going to come back with 3 darts in hand for a 4-2 lead. Well, it's double 3 now. And that, a bit of a horror visit there for Svensson. Left himself in such a great position. I'm honest now. It's got to be 15 for the ball. Not too far away, but he'll be disappointed with that first dart. Meant he had to go for the ball with the last 1-1 to go 4-2 up. Can't take it. Lamanis to get this match back on throw. He's now looking at double 12. Can't take the opportunity. Svensson in the madhouse. more dart at it. How costly are those misses going to be for Matthias Svensson? Lamanis, he's now looking at double free as well. Who wants to win this leg? Double one for Svensson. Gets it. In the end, it is a 29 dart holder throw for Matthias Svensson. We've all been there with those legs that have gone like that. But the player that wins them, they won't care one bit. It's a 4-2 lead for Matthias Svensson. For the first time, we do have a 2-leg gap between the two players. Can Svensson push on and get this match won, get himself into the last 64? Opening visit, a 41 from Lamanis. Svensson all over it with a 140. He'll be sensing blood right now. Finds the treble with the last dart. Already looking to get another breaker throw. And win a third leg on the spin. Move one away from a place in the second round. It's a perfect first dart. Well, it's a straight ton, but again, it's profit on what Lamanis is throwing. Svensson, all the time in the world here to get another breaker throw. Just working out the numbers. Stays up there. Fires in another big treble. He's down to 55 after 12 darts. Lamanis needed another treble 19 there to get down to that 170 again. It is double 10 now for Svensson. Doesn't take it, but he is going to come back with 3 more darts to move 5-2 up. Lamanis gets down to a finish. Svensson takes his chance. He doesn't mess around on the doubles too much there. And it is a 5-2 lead for the Swede. He's one leg away from a place in the last 64 of Pro Tour 1. Is there any way back for Ralf Lamanis? He's lost the last 3 legs. I can tell you the winner of this match will go up against the Swede Bjorn Leon, someone that we've seen play at the Lakeside a couple of years ago. Someone that I met at the Lakeside a couple of years ago as well, just before the tournament got underway. Went out for a curry in Frimley Green. He was telling me the story of how he got into darts, how he discovered darts in Sweden. Bjorn said he was sat in one of his friend's saunas and looked outside and saw a dartboard in the other room and asked him, "What's that?" And he said, "I'll show you." They went out and had a game of darts, and that's how Bjorn Leon got into playing. Done pretty well so far, qualifying for the WDF World Championship. Went up against Jimmy Vansky. Lost out on that occasion, but as we saw just recently, Vansky winning the Lakeside, then picking up his tour card at Q School as well. So a pretty tough draw by all accounts, going up against the tall Dutchman on the Lakeside stage. Yeah, the winner of this will play Bjorn Leon in the last 64. Some last 64 matches are getting underway on the outside boards. And it is the top three from last year. Andreas Harrison, Teemu Harju, Oscar Lukasiak. All underway in the last 64. Lamanis with a chance here to start a bit of a comeback. He'll go down to the 19s now. Good pick up with the last dart. Gets himself down to a finish first in this leg. Svensson, he just gone off the boil here. Only halfway through the leg after 15 darts. It's a great visit there. 2 big trebles, halves his score. Gets himself right back into the leg. Pressure on Ralph Slamanis. He's not going to take out the 1-2-2, but he's going to leave himself very well placed. Leaves that double 16, but this 1-2-5 for a place in the last 64. Not going to go on this occasion. So Lamanis to start the comeback, double 16. Gets it with the last dart. Stops the rot. Keeps the match alive. That is one of the 2 breaks a throw that Ralph Slamanis is going to need to get if he is going to come back and win this game. Svensson, he's had 1 go at serving for the match. Didn't get a match dart. He has broken Lamanis twice already in this match. I feel like, well, he's done it twice, he can do it again. That last leg, always the hardest one to win. Steady tongue from Svensson. Edges him in front in this leg after 2 visits apiece. Lamanis back downstairs on the 19s. We've seen him do that a few times in this match. Just trying to get something going. Manages to pick off 1 big treble from the visit. Svensson, he's been pretty well set on staying on the 20s so far. Lamanis back downstairs again. And to great effect. 2 treble 19s. Nothing wrong with the scoring there. All the counting as well, because he has left that 170 again. Can we see it this time? There's 1. Needed the second treble 20 to get a shot at the ball. Time on his side here. Lamanis. Svensson, a straight ton will leave him the 170. There's 1 treble. And he manages to find a second to leave an even more makeable 130. 82 for Lamanis to stay in it. 1 dart at tops. Goes just outside. So it's another chance to win it for Matthias Svensson. Treble 20 for the ball. Not going to go. So Lamanis to keep this comeback going. The back-to-back legs, wants tops. Finds it. The first time in this match, Ralph Slamanis has won 2 legs on the spin. And from 5-2 down, he's clawed it back to 5-4. But this, you feel, is the leg. Svensson, he's got the throw again. If Lamanis can break him again, we are going to go all the way to that last leg decider, and it will be Lamanis with the darts. But already, Svensson with the advantage in this leg, a 140 to kick things off. Lamanis can only respond with a 47. Slack's second visit, it opens the door if Lamanis can get his scoring boots on again. Well, we can't find anything to punish the 45. Feel like Svensson, another 140. Well, it's a one treble visit. Shake of the head in the background from Lamanis. Not the way he would have wanted to start his Pro Tour season for 2026. Comes up dry again on the trebles. Svensson, you feel closing in on a place in the second round. Switching round the board to get down to a finish. Good counting there, but even a maximum wouldn't leave a finish for Lamanis. So the 167 doesn't have to go. Matthias will want to put a dent in it. Doesn't find a treble. Is there any way back for Ralph Lamanis? Gonna need to find another one of those. He's clinging on. He's down to a finish as well, but Matthias Svensson looking at 108. Well, he needed a treble to get a shot at the outer ring. This 154 to take us all the way. Not going to go. So for the first time, Matthias Svensson, he was 5-2 up. He is finally going to get match starts now to close out this match. Book his spot in the second round. Double 10 he wants. And he gets it with the first start. Matthias Svensson went into a 5-2 lead. And he gets over the line, a 6-4 winner against Ralph Lamanis. He will go up against Bjorn Leon in the second round of Pro Tour 1. Well, a very warm welcome back to Riga. Streamed action continuing for PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour 1. We are continuing in the first round, and it is Denmark versus Finland as we've got John Kirkeby against Petri Rasmus, looking to book their spots in the second round and the last 64. John Kirkeby, someone that we saw play one weekend of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour in 2025. Petri Rasmus, we didn't see him on the tour last year. You may have seen him play at the Lakeside in the WDF World Championship. I had the pleasure of commentating on his first round game against the then defending Open champion Shane McGurk, and got to say, I was very impressed with him. He lost out 3-1 on that occasion to Shane McGurk. He was one of only two players at the time to have won a set against Shane at the Lakeside, and that match really could have gone to a final set. The last set, Petri was 2-1 up, and McGurk coming back with a 10 dart breaker throw, then a 14 dart hold to come through a 3-1 winner. But I was impressed with Petri, and it's great to see him involved on the Nordic Baltic Pro Tour this weekend. Interested to see what he can do and see if he can make his mark like he did at the Lakeside a few months ago. A reminder that if you want to follow all the action, not just on the streaming boards, head on over to tv.dartsconnect.com and you can follow all the action, all the matches on all the boards, follow your favourite players across the day. On the outside boards already, we have seen Andreas Harrison kick off his Pro Tour season with a 6-0 win against Andreas Toft Jørgensen. So the number one for 2025 on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He's putting a marker down already, winning his first game of the season without dropping a leg. And Andreas, he is the first player into the last 32. The other two players that qualified for Eli Pali via the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, Teemu Harju currently 2 legs apiece with Yanis Bottas, and the number 3 Oscar Lukasiak 4-3 up against Jonas Gravesen. Those also last 64 ties. Rasmus, that treble gets him down to a better finish if he gets a chance, but it is Kirkeby here to get the opening leg. Not an ideal first start, but the shot's still on. It looked like he was trying to find a treble 18 there to leave the double. But this for a breaker throw for Petri Rasmus. Perfect first start. One dart at double 16. Just goes outside. Kirkeby to hold in the opener. Wants double 8. Gives himself a moment. And he finds it with the second dart, a 70 finish for Jon Kirkeby. He holds throw to take the opening leg of this last 1-2-8 tie. Last 64. Starting to take shape. As we mentioned, there's a few matches already going on in that round, but the winner of this one it will go up against Osvaldas Kisianis in the last 64. Rasmus, someone that we should see a few more times this year. Plays a lot of darts. I know he's played in some of the qualifiers for the Modus Super Series. He's qualified for the Cathedral of Darts a few times before. I don't think we've seen him play in those events just yet, as he fires in a 180, but hopefully we will. Kirkby coming back downstairs. Good find with the last dart as he threatens a breaker throw down to 102. Rasmus needed 2 trebles to get a shot at a double for the 136. Good find with the last though to leave double 18. We saw Rasmus miss the double 16 for this 102 in the first leg. Can Kirkby take it? Well, it's double 11. Way off with the last one, but I think that second dart, finding the double 10, might have put him off his stride a bit there. As Rasmus comes back. There's a strong 13 dart holder throw for the Finn to level up this first round tie. Did it in almost half the number of darts that Kirkby used to win the first one, but the 2 legs all count the same. It's 1 leg each. Both players holding throw at the first time of asking. See in the background there, Oscar Lukasiak. He has booked his spot in the last 32. 6-3 winner against Jonas Gravesen in the last 64. Plenty of matches going on around the venue. Darius Labanauskas 5-1 up against Ben Lambertson. Darius back on the PDC Tour this year. He's got his tour card after finishing second on the Challenge Tour last year. Just behind Stefan Belmont. He was very close to topping those rankings and getting to the Grand Slam of darts as well. But he got the other 2 rewards. He got to the World Championship. He got his tour card back, and he was a player that everyone was talking about after the draw, wasn't he? Because he ended up going up against the defending champion Luke Littler on the opening night. Gave a good account of himself as well. He's back on the tour for at least the next 2 years, and the PDC Pro Tour getting underway on Monday in Germany. First 2 Players' Championships of the season. And we have got a few of the PDC Tour card holders here, not just Darius Labanauskas, Oscar Lukasiak here as well. He's on his 2nd year of his tour card. Core Decker as well. Be hard not to miss him. First player from Norway to get a tour card at Q School. He's on his 2nd year with his tour card. Rasmus looks to get that first breaker throw in this one. Down to a finish after 12 darts against the throw. Kirkby 26 there, not getting down to a finish yet. So Rasmus has got at least 6 darts from 133. Not the best setup in the world. Kirkby starting downstairs from 2-1-1. He'd have got 3 treble 19s that would have left him tops. Does get down to the 170 though. We saw in the last match Ralph Slamanis left that quite a few times. I don't know whether there's a high checkout or a high break prize for the tournament today, but Ralph certainly leaving that 170 a few times. Let's see if John Kirkby can take it. Not on this occasion. Rasmus coming back at 50 to get the first breaker throw. It is 10 for tops. Coming back towards where that first start went, going for double 10. And that is 2 darts missed to break the Kirkby throw. Treble 17 he wants. Would have left him a dart at tops. So Rasmus is going to come back with 3 clear darts at double 10 to get the first break. That looks inviting. Having to go upstairs now. Double 5. Goes inside again. More missed darts for Rasmus to take this third leg. Can Kirkby punish him? No, he can't. And that last dart, he'll be fuming with that one. Rasmus, bit of work to do here. Double 2. And eventually gets over the line. It was a 13 dart holder throw in the second leg. It's a 26 dart breaker throw in the third leg using twice as many darts. But Rasmus has got that first break on the board. Can he put his foot down now and get a hold here and double his lead? You'll see on Petri Rasmus's shirt, very colourful shirt. Those are the Sami colours, I'm told. The ethnic northern race. Petri was one of 4 Finnish players that played at the Lakeside at the back end of 2025. We also saw Marko Kantala, one of the most successful players on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, just 1 title behind Kim Viljanen. He was there. Jonas Mastlin, he had a very impressive debut at Lakeside, getting through a few rounds. And Kirsi Vinnikainen in the ladies' draw as well. That was a brutal draw that she had against Mikuru Suzuki in the first round. Rasmus coming through 6 matches in the qualifiers to get to Lakeside. And he said it was a dream come true to play on that stage. Wonder what it would be to get to Ali Pali this year. Surely that would be another dream ticked off for the Finn. Top 2 players on the rankings after 12 events will get to the World Championship. All the money won in these events going towards the rankings. The prize money has been increased for 2026. We've seen that across the board with the PDC affiliate tours, their continued investment into darts around the world. Rasmus eyes up tops for a 3-1 lead. Only needs the 1 dart, much more like it from Petri Rasmus. He has got a 3-1 lead. Halfway to the finish line, halfway to a place in the last 64. Darius Labanauskas, the latest winner in the last 64, a 6-1 winner against Ben Lambertson. Teemu Harju involved in a real scrap with Yannis Potas. He's 4-3 down in that one. Johan Engstrom 5-0 up against Vili Kotro. Daniel Larsson, someone we saw had a great run in the Nordic and Baltic Championship, getting to the semi-finals, knocking out Andreas Harrison in the quarterfinals as well with a 103 average. He's 3-2 up on Paavo Mailer. All those matches in the last 64. These 2 players on your screen looking to join them in that round, get to the second round. Right now, it looks like it is going to be Petri Rasmus who is going to join them. He's 3-1 up, looking to get another breaker throw here. Kirkby with a visit of 41, more than 100 points behind Rasmus, and in real danger of this match running away from him. Rasmus down to just 54 after 12 darts. It's a good adjustment though from Kirkby after the first one. Doesn't quite get him down to a finish. So Rasmus looking at 14 for tops for a 4-1 lead. Wasn't too far away with the last one, but he will come back with 3 more darts at it. Kirkby is going to put the pressure on though. As he gets down to tops as well. Didn't want to bust that. So double 10 for Rasmus for a 4-1 lead. He finds it, and that is 4 legs on the spin for the Finn. He lost the opening leg in 24 darts. He's won the next 4. He's well on his way to getting into the last 64 here at Pro Tour 1. Johan Engstrom, the latest player to get into the last 32. The Sweet Ferret, a 6-0 winner against Billy Tro. So a lot of the big names making their way through to the last 32 here in Riga. Top performance so far today coming in the last 128. Dmitry Zhukov, a 96.53 average in a 6-1 win against Yanis Mustafayev's. Very impressive performance there from Zhukov. Michael Mogensen, 92 average as well in his last 128 game, 6-0 win. Those are the 2 top performances so far in the first hour of play of Pro Tour 1. We could be having an upset on the outside boards here because Yanis Bodzas 5-3 up against Teemu Harju, the reigning Nordic and Baltic champion from 2025. He's got a real fight on his hands to come through that game. But right now on the stream board here, Petri Rasmus. Well, that's more like one of my visits there. Scores just 5 points. Can afford to have a smile to himself. He has got a decent lead here. He won't want to give John Kirkby any thoughts of producing a comeback as he replies with a 26. Opportunity missed, you'd say, there for Kirkby to get himself back in the leg. This is a leg on the Rasmus throw when he needs a break. He once again can't punish the slack scoring visit. 2 opportunities missed there for Kirkby to get himself back in the leg and back in the match. Rasmus starting downstairs now. Picks off a treble with the last dart. Kirkby coming back downstairs. He finds a treble as well to keep himself in contention, but Rasmus going to get at least 6 darts here from 188 to extend his lead further. And once again, straying into that one segment. Are the wheels starting to fall off here for Petri Rasmus? He's opened the door for John Kirkby. He picks off a treble with the last dart to leave the 120. Rasmus, for 188 didn't leave a finish after the last 3 darts. That's much more like it. All about the setup here. Going to come back to the 20s. Again, straight into the 1. See, starting to get a bit frustrated. Petri Rasmus in the background. Kirkby not going to get a shot at tops for the 120. Rasmus looking at 97 for a 5-1 lead. Options here. Will it be double-double? I don't know. We went treble 18 for double 12. Good find with the last dart, though, to get down to double 18. Kirkby, double 8. Get a break back. Well, it's the wrong bed. It's the wrong double. And is that the beginning of the end? This is the longest leg of the match. Rasmus, double 18 for a 28 dart hold a throw. That was a real opportunity missed for John Kirkby to get back into the match. 5 legs on the spin. For the man at the back of your picture there, just doing some stretches or trying to compose himself, it looks like, because that last leg he will not be happy with. He's put together some good legs in this match, a 13 darter, 16 darter, 17 darter. It's been more than enough. But that last leg has just given Kirkby a glimmer of hope of a comeback, but he wasn't able to get over the line in that leg. Finding the wrong double. On the outside boards, it looks like Teemu Harju is going to take his last 64 tie with Yannis Potas to a last leg. He was 5-3 down in that one, currently 5-4 to his Latvian opponent. But he has taken out the 55, and that match is going to a last leg decider. So the first winner of the Jan Hoffman Trophy has got it back to 5-all. It's going to be Yannis Potas with the throw in that one. We will keep you up to date with that. And all the other key matches going on the outside boards. But right now here on the streaming board, Petri Rasmus with a commanding 5-1 lead on John Kirkby. He's won 5 legs on the trot. He needs just one more to book his spot in the last 64. The runner-up in the Nordic and Baltic Championship last year, Edwin Torbjörnsson. He's just got his campaign underway. He's just kicked off against Matthias Ern Furiksen on the outside boards. All of these matches you can follow on Dartsconnect. There's going to be plenty of matches on the stream board today from start to finish. Petri Rasmus to get over the line. Double 16. It's 2 match starts missed for the Finn, John Kirkby. Can he pull a rabbit out of the hat here? A 1-4-4 to possibly start a comeback. Not this time. Petri Rasmus coming back with 3 darts at double 4 to advance to the last 64. Steps across the oche, 1 dart left. It's 3 more mismatched darts for Petri Rasmus. John Kirkby to stay in it. Treble 16. Would have given him a shot at tops. Rasmus coming back with another handful to get over the line and a 6-1 winner. Double four. He's proving a nuisance here at the moment. But he gets it in the end, and Petri Rasmus is through to the last 64. Lost the opening leg, but after that, he won 6 legs on the spin to complete. Wasn't quite a comfortable, but the scoreline suggests that he did have his moments there, but he has come through a 6-1 winner. Petri Rasmus is through to the second round here of Pro Tour 1. Welcome back to Riga for continued action from Pro Tour 1 on the PDC Nordic Baltic Pro Tour. And this is our first look at Kordeka for the 2026 season. The unmistakable Norwegian, current PDC Tour card holder. Amongst the entries on the opening weekend of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour season, getting underway against Asko Niskala. In our previous match, we were telling you about Teemu Harju was involved in a real dogfight in the last 64. Well, I can tell you that Teemu Harju, the reigning Jan Hofmann Trophy champion, is out. He's lost 6-5 to Yannis Potas in the second round. So we're not going to be seeing Teemu go back to back. He was the winner of the last Pro Tour event in 2025, which got him that second spot on the rankings. But he's gone out at the first hurdle. A few other of the seeded players have also departed. Marco Cantila, 6-3 defeat to Rado Kruisvik of Estonia. And Valters Melderis, a 6-5 defeat to Vesa Newtonin in the last 64 as well. So we're going to see whether Asko Niskala can keep the upsets going, or the seeded players departing at the first hurdle. Tough ask here, though, against Kordeka, who had a pretty decent first season on the PDC Pro Tour last year. The highlight, obviously, that excellent run that he had on the European Tour, the weekend before the Nordic and Baltic Championship, beating the likes of Johnny Clayton and Chris Dobie to get through to the final session. That run helping him get to the World Championship as well. Made his debut at Ali Pali in December. Now we'll be looking to try and kick on this year, a big year ahead, to see if he can get into that top 64 and try and keep hold of his tour card. Currently 73rd on the, to give it its official title, Werner Rankings ladder. Becker here looking at 93 for the opening leg on throw. Options here, 14s or 18s. It will be the more traditional 14s, but strays into the treble 11. Doesn't get a shot at a double. Niskala with an outside chance to get a break in the opening leg. Will be 18s first. Now treble 20 for the ball. Doesn't find it. You see the grimace on the face there from Asko. Are those the sort of chances he's going to have to take if he is going to pull off a victory against the Sheriff here? Decker now moving over to double 4. And that is the opening leg on the board for Kordeka. See a puff of the cheeks as he goes to collect his darts. Niskala was well placed on 52 to get a chance to break in the opening leg. But it is Decker who has held throw to go 1-0 up. This is our last 64 tie that we've seen on the stream today. The first 2 matches that we've had are both in the first round. Plenty of players through already, though, in the last 64. We mentioned it earlier. Andreas Harrison, Oskar Lukasiak, Darius Labanauskas, Johan Engstrom. Daniel Larsson also through to the last 32. Andreas Hilgordhus. Andreas Nilsson as well. Decker fires in a maximum. Jonas Masselin has just joined the last 32 field as well. One of the winners on the European Tour qualifiers in this venue yesterday. He has come through a 6-1 winner against Andreas Leskovas. So he's into the last 32. Decker looking to join them as well. He's down to a ton after 9 darts, looking to get the first breaker throw in this match. Niskola down to a finish as well. Decker to double his lead. Perfect first dart, tops he wants. And that is an 11 dart breaker throw for Core Decker, the PDC tour card holder, flexing his muscles here in the opening stages of this match. A 2-0 lead. Very strong start for the Sheriff. Niskola, someone that we didn't see on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last year. He's been playing a lot of the WDF circuit in 2024 through a 9-dart leg in the Finnish Open. Last year, we also saw him play in the WDF World Cup, representing Finland. He's been playing for a number of years as well. One of the big titles to his name, the Nordic Cup Pairs back in 2010, where he partnered up with Petri Korte, who you may remember, who played at Ali Pali. Had one of the more unusual cue actions or throws, to give it its proper name, where he held his other hand to his face when he was throwing his darts. Check that one out on YouTube if you've not seen it before. Decker down to a finish first again in leg 3. Not quite as high scoring in this third leg, but Decker seems to have settled into this one nicely. Of course, someone that we saw play 4 of the 6 weekends on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last year. Didn't play the opening weekend in Riga last year, so him being here this weekend, maybe a sign that he is going to commit fully to the tour this year. A ton for Niskola, gets him down to a finish, but Decker looking at double 18 for a 3-0 lead. Comes inside, closes his eyes as he walks to the board. Frustrating last couple of darts there for Decker. Niskola not going to take out the 157. He's going to leave it pretty handy. If only he could have hit those second and third darts with his first 2, would have given him a shot at tops. Decker, 2 9s for a 3-0 lead. Having to shuffle across the oche to find a way through. Can't quite do it. It's a double 10. Rasko Niskola to get right back into this match. Out of nowhere, really. It is a breaker throw, and Asko Niskola has got this match back on throw. Decker missing 5 darts for a 3-0 lead. He's given his opponent a lifeline there, because 3-0 would have been some way back for Asko to get back into it. Opens the leg with a 44, and Decker straight away punishing it with a ton. Reminder, all these matches are the race to 6 legs, best of 11. All the way up to the final. Decker looking to get back on track in this leg. Follows up that ton with a 1-3-4. It's another good visit. The Norwegian number one down to a checkout after 9 darts. Doesn't need to go for the ball. He gave it a go anyway. Could have just set that up, but thought, you know what, let's have a go at it. Wasn't too far away either. He's now got to tidy things up. 25. Will be 2 darts at double 8. Back over now to double 4. Got this earlier. And he gets it again. And that is much more like it from the Sheriff. After messing around in the third leg and being broken, he's got that breaker throw back again. A 15 dart break, a 3-1 lead for Kordeka. Halfway to the finish line, halfway to a place in the last 32 of Pro Tour 1 here in Riga. Decker looking to add to his tally of PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour titles. He has won on this tour once before. That was 8 years ago, back in 2018. Looking to double his tally at some point in 2026, and no better time than today. Be the first winner of the season. Decker's title coming back in Finland in 2018 at a 6-3 winner against Magnus Karis. A few months earlier, he'd lost out in a last leg decider to Darius Labanauskas out in Lithuania in a final. He's looking good here to start his bid for another title. 3-1 up. He should stay down there. Well, that's a wicked deflection. Doesn't leave a finish, but Niskala is going to need to find at least 2 big trebles here to leave himself a finish. Comes downstairs. It's a great find with the last one. Hanging in there. But all about the setup shot here for Decker. He'll be looking for 2 big trebles now. Not going to find 2. He's not going to find 1. So Niskala has got a chance here to keep the run of breaks going in this match. Just having a little think here. That first dart, is it a blocker? Yeah, switches to the 18s. So 116 for Decker. Switch further in front. It's going to be 1 dart at double 18 for a 4-1 lead. Goes outside. Niskala. Let's get the match back on throw. Upstairs to the 20s. 1 dart at the ball. Can't find it. So Decker, as much as he's been on top in this match, he's 8 points clear on the averages. He's not had things all his own way. And he goes inside with a second dart. That's the issue when you're leaving double 18. Can end up on double 9, and if you go inside, got to burn a dart, but he busts the score. Niskala to get the match back on throw. He wants double 18 now. Now that tricky double 9. And he finds it. Asko Niskala could well have been 5-0 down after 5 legs. He's managed to break Kordeka twice. And he's got this match back on throw. He's hanging in there, taking his chances when they come his way. What must Cordecca be thinking right now? He was more clinical on the doubles. He would have been 5-0 up and one leg away from a place in the last 32. But as things stand, he's become embroiled in a real dogfight here in this one. Since the opening leg, we've had 4 consecutive breaks of throw. Decker looks to fire in another maximum, and he does. No real issues with the power scoring against the throw. He's been on throw and taking those chances at the back end of legs for Decker. Back in that red bit again. Niskola looking to hold his throw for the first time in this match if he can. We will have a level game after 6 legs. He's come up dry there. He's given Decker 6 darts from 181. Well, it's a brilliant visit. Was looking for the 25 to leave that double 18. He's not running away from that. That is one of his favourite doubles. Doesn't find the 25, but options here. Will it be 7 for double 18 or is he going to go somewhere else? Well, it is going to be 11 for double 16. 2 missed doubles for Decker. Niskola, can he produce the champagne shot? The 1-3-2. Needed at least a 25 to give himself a chance. Cordecca now coming back with 3 darts in hand, a double 4. It's been his friend so far. He's going to have to come downstairs this time though, double 2. Gets it with a final dart. Cordecca broken Asko Niskola for the 3rd time. He's gone 4-2 in front. Now can he hold his throw here for the first time since leg 1? Really push on. It's been an intriguing match, this one. 5 legs in a row have been won by the player throwing second. Asko Niskola has proven to be a tricky customer so far. We do have first couple of last 32 ties getting underway on the outside boards. Oscar Lukasiak, the player that finished, well, joint second, but 3rd officially on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last year. He's just got his last 32 tie underway against Andreas Nielsen. Yanis Potas, the conqueror of Teemu Harju, he's back underway again against Alexander Thorvaldsen. All of these matches you can follow on Dartsconnect. Niskola fires in a 140. Decker, another strong leg here on the scoring, down to a finish after 9 darts. Well, will it be treble 18 to leave that double 18? That was the intended route. Decker's got plenty of time here to hold his throw and move 1 leg away from the last 32. That'll be 20 for tops. And that is much more like it from the Sheriff. He moves into a 5-2 lead, 1 leg away from a place in the 3rd round of Pro Tour 1. He stops that run of breaks a throw, moves 3 legs clear, 3 up, with a maximum 4 to play. As we see Johan Engstrom take a good look at the score there. In the background, the Sweet Ferret. We'll be seeing him in the last 32 a little bit later on. Decker kicks off this leg with a maximum. Backs it up with a 140. A pretty solid opening performance from Decker. A few legs where he let his opponent in, missed a few doubles too many. He got caught. He looks to be moving towards the last 32 here. Finds the 25 this time with the last dart to leave 36 after 9. Could be about to wrap things up with a 10 dart leg. This for a place in the last 32. He wants that double 18. Back over to double 9. 4 and 11 dart breaker throw. Decker on his first outing on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour for 2026. The PDC Tour card holder kicks off his season here in Riga with a 6-2 win against Asko Niskala. He moves through to the last 32. The action continues here in Riga for PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour 1. We are about to see last year's table topper Andreas Harrison in action on the stream board as he goes up against a fellow Swede in Ola Erlandsson. Dirty Harry had a fantastic 2025, winning 4 titles during the season, getting to a further 2 finals to top the rankings, qualify for the PDC World Darts Championship for the first time. And what a run he had at Ali Pali, beating Ross Smith, Matomu Sakai and Ricardo Pietrexco to get to the last 16. He certainly gave Johnny Clayton a scare, didn't he? Losing out 4-2 in the end in a match that, had he won, would have secured Andreas his PDC Tour card for 2026. Unfortunately for Andreas, he missed out at European Q School once again by the finest of margins, missing out on legs difference on the order of merit. So it means that once again in 2026, a big focus will be the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, and to see if he can have another strong season, top the rankings, and get back to the Palace at the end of the year. We are into the last 32. Plenty of other last 32 matches ongoing on the outside boards. Oskar Lukasiak 5-0 up against Andreas Nilsson. He's on the cusp of a place in the last 16, as is Alexander Thorvaldsen, 5-0 up against Yanis Potas, who earlier knocked out Teemu Harju in the last leg decider. Harrison fires in the maximum in the opening leg, down to 51 after just 12 darts. What a start this is for Dirty Harry. Double 16 for the opening leg in double quick time. Doesn't clean it up, but plenty of time on his side here. Erlandsson back on 306. And not down to a finish yet. Harrison tidies it up in the end. The opening leg going to the number 1 seed. Ola Erlandsson, winner earlier today in his first round game, well, last 64 game. 6-4 winner against Jakob Skovgaard. Match that saw him race into a 4-1 lead, all being pegged back to 4-3 and 5-4 before eventually getting over the line. Andreas Harrison, we've already seen him in action today on the outside boards. A 6-0 winner against Andreas Toft Jørgensen. Harrison really did set his stall out on the third weekend of the season, winning both the titles in Iceland, in Reykjavik, going back to back. That really did set him on his way to topping the table in the end. Further titles following on the 5th weekend in Denmark, and picking up his 4th title of the season in Norway. Finished well clear at the top of the rankings. Erlandsson here. Been a steady leg on throw. Got himself down to a finish first. Harrison just behind him though. Good find with the last one for Erlandsson. Andreas not going to take out the 154. Here's a chance for Erlandson to level up. 2 darts at tops for a level game. Both darts going outside. Is Erlandson going to be punished? Harrison rescues it, double 18. Goes just inside. Almost brilliant recovery after that first dart slipping into the single one. Erlandson coming back with 3 darts at tops. And he finds it with the last dart. We have a level game after 2 legs. Both these players looking to book their spots in the last 16 of Pro Tour 1. We do have 2 names already into the last 16. Oscar Lukasiak, a 6-0 winner against Andreas Nilsson. And with a very impressive 96.97 average for the PDC Tour card holder. Alexander Thorvaldsen of Iceland, also a 6-0 winner. He's beaten Yanis Potas, who was the player that knocked out Teemu Harju in a last leg decider earlier today. His run has come to an end. We've still got a few last 64 games going on the outside boards, but plenty of last 32 action going on as well. Johan Engstrom has just taken a 4-1 lead against Olaf Seeger of Estonia. Darius Labanauskas a 3-0 lead on Brian Locken. Here on the streaming board, all eyes are on the number 1 seed, Andreas Harrison, to see if he can follow up what was a truly memorable 2025. Turned 50 last year as well. But surely these are the best years of his darting career so far. And that bounce out means Harrison switches to the ball with the last dart to make sure he leaves the finish, leaves the 170. Erlandson needed to fill up the treble 20 to get down to a finish as well. So Harrison's got a bit of time on his side here. We did see him in action yesterday. He did play just the 1 qualifier. There were 2 qualifiers yesterday. Harrison playing in the first one, where he came through to book his spot in the Poland Darts Open in a couple of weeks' time out in Krakow. And rather surprisingly, really, last year, when you look at the European Tour qualifiers, Andreas Harrison won just one of them. The qualifiers, they were dominated by Darius Labanauskas and Johan Engstrom. They won 4 qualifiers apiece. I'm sure that will be something that Andreas will want to rectify this year, get more appearances on the Euro Tour as he looks at tops to go back in front, and he does. 58 finish for Andreas Harrison. 3 legs in, 3 holds of throw so far. When you look at the history of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour, who's topped the rankings over the years, there's just 3 players that have topped the order of merit more than once. Kim Viljanen, Madars Rasma and Darius Labanauskas. I'm sure Andreas Harrison will want to join that list this year. Become just the 4th player to top the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings on more than one occasion. Erlandson finds a treble with the last dart, but his throw is under threat here. Harrison doesn't need to switch to the 19s now. He fires in a 140 to leave 86 after 9. Could be on course for the best leg of the match so far. This coming on the Ola Erlandson throw. Well, doesn't need to go the bullseye route. And he doesn't. It's double 4. And that is a 12 dart breaker throw for Dirty Harry. He takes a 3-1 lead. The first breaker throw in this last 32 tie goes to the number 1 seed. He looks to kick off his 2026 campaign with what would be a 7th career title on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Harrison currently on 6 titles, level with a legend of Nordic and Baltic darts, Per Larsen. If he can win the title today, he will go level with a man that we're seeing back on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour today, Yanni Havisto. He's got 7 titles to his name, taking a bit of a break from the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, but back in action this weekend. We saw him play in the qualifiers yesterday. He's also been playing on the Pro Tour today. He's having a pretty good day of it so far. 2 6-0 wins to his name. He's into the last 32. Currently 3-1 up on Jonas Masselin, averaging 101. So we could well see Yanni Havisto battling for the Pro Tour title today. So Harrison gets down to a finish after a dozen darts. Erlandson down to a finish as well. And an even better one, a brilliant shot there from Erlandson, 177. Just gives Harrison a tap on the shoulder. Says, I'm not quite done with you just yet. And he is going to get a go at this 102 to get a break back. Will it be 10 or 6 or 2? Well, he didn't want the 15, did he? Misses the big number. And he's not going to get a dart at a double. See the frustration on his face. Harrison comes back at 103. Not going to get a go at a double either, though. So this is a chance for Erlandson to get that break back straight away. Double 8 he wants. He only needs the 1 dart. Perfect response from Ola Erlandson. Being broken in 12 darts in the last leg. Got this match back on throw. Had a bit of everything that last leg. The 177, a perfect shot to get him back in the leg. Missed the big number. But he puts that frustration aside, comes back, cleans up the double 8. This match is back on serve. 3-2 to Harrison. Erlandson with the darts. We do have our 3rd man through to the last 16 of Pro Tour 1. Darius Labanauskas, a 6-0 winner against Brian Locken. So it's Labanauskas, Lukasiak and Forvoldsen. First 3 players into the last 16 of Pro Tour 1. These 2 players on your screen looking to join them. The winner of this will play either Ivan Springborg Poulsen or Anton Ersland in the last 16. Those 2 just about to get underway on the outside boards as well. Erlandson here, making a good go of it. He's down to a finish after 12. He's got 6 darts if he needs them. He will need them now. Good recovery with a second. A treble 19 again. Leaves himself well placed on 42. Harrison gets down to a finish as well, but this 42 to level up. 3 legs apiece, double 16. And we have a level game. It's back-to-back legs for Ola Erlandson. 3-1 down. He's levelled up this match. Could we be about to see the number 1 seed, 2025 number 1 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, fall at the last 32? He's certainly got a game on his hands here. On the outside boards, we've had 3 players win 6-0 in the last 32. Dmitry Zhukov, bucking that trend. He's just beaten Andreas Hilgordhus 6-5 to advance to the last 16. Coming back from 5-4 down to knock out the Dane in a last leg decider. Took out a 1-3-8 in the 10th leg as well. So that last 16 starting to take shape here in Riga in Pro Tour 1. Harrison putting a dent in the 210. He hits a 1-3-8 there to get down to 72. Been well placed to hold throw. Put the pressure back on Erlandson. He was looking for that treble to get a dart at his favourite double 18. It will be 1 dart at tops. Goes outside, but he will come back. Ola Erlandson has won the last 2 legs. You'd get long odds on him winning this one as well. So Andreas Harrison is coming back with 3 darts at tops for a 4-3 lead. Cleans it up on double 10. And the number 1 seed moves in front again at 4-3. Got another player through to the last 16, Johan Engstrom. Sweet Ferret has knocked out Olaf Seeger 6-3. Erlandson kicking off this leg on throw with a 140. He backs it up with another 140. Strong leg here. You can see Engstrom in the background there, keeping an eye on his fellow Swede. Well, both Swedish players, but Andreas Harrison. Those 2 have played together in World Cups, represented Sweden together. We'll be keeping a cursory eye on this match. Erlandson with that 60 down to a finish after 9 darts. Harrison manages to find a treble with the last one, but Erlandson's got time here to level again. Gonna get at least 2 visits. Well, didn't need that bounce out. Has that opened the door for Andreas Harrison to take this leg? after that first start, his eyes would have lit up. Only manages to score an extra 25 points. Treble 17 would have given Erlandson a shot at the ball. How costly could that bounce out have been if that had been a treble? Andreas Harrison to move one away. He's not going to get a shot at the ball. You can see the frustration there. After that, second dart drifts into the one. Ola Erlandson to level up at 4 legs apiece. Wants double 16. This time, the double eludes him. Harrison, it's a loose first dart. The shot's still on. It's not now, and you can see talking to himself there. There's been a few loose darts in the last few visits that have really proved costly for Andreas Harrison. Ola Erlandson can take us to 4 legs apiece. Well, that is a huge missed opportunity for Ola Erlandson. And Andreas Harrison has stepped in and punished him for missed darts from Ola Erlandson. You see the two players just take a look at each other, raising the eyebrows from Erlandson, saying, "You've got away with one there." Erlandson has missed 4 darts at a double to level at 4 legs apiece. He's been broken. Now Andreas Harrison has got a 5-3 lead, and he's throwing for a place in the last 16. Those are the small margins in this game. Because at 4, if it had gone 4 legs apiece, Ola Erlandson would have really fancied it, the way that Harrison was beginning to really get frustrated with himself. And now he's got a bit of breathing space, and he knows just one more leg will get him over the line. We'll get him into the last 16. He knows he's going to have to improve on this performance if he is going to go all the way and win another Pro Tour title. But it's all about making sure you get the W. You give yourself the chance to keep going in the tournament. Harrison coming up dry. Erlandson, if he can find one treble, well, not the time. Well, there's never a good time to score 26. Can Harrison take advantage? Well, probably should have gone upstairs with the last dart. The percentages, a single wouldn't have left him a finish, but he finds the treble, so no issues there. And this 130, get Andreas Harrison into the last 16. Bullseye he wants. So match dart missed for the number 1 seed. Erlandson needs another one. Would have given him a shot at double 19. Is that the end for Ola Erlandson? Andreas Harrison wants double 18. It's 2 more missed match darts. Erlandson, this has got to go. Tops to keep the match alive. And tops he finds. 3 match darts that Ola Erlandson has survived from the Nordic and Baltic number 1. This match back on throw once again. Harrison still has the lead. He's still 1 away. But he's now got to try and break Ola Erlendsson in this leg. Otherwise, we are going to be going all the way to the last leg decider. You can see the average for Harrison has dropped below the 80 mark. This is not the level we've come to expect from Dirty Harry. You know, there's plenty more levels, plenty more gears that he can get through. We've all seen it over the last few years. I'm sure there was matches like this last year where he didn't quite produce the levels he's come to expect. He's won those games. He's gone on to win titles as well. Well, this is much better. That is much better from Andreas Harrison. Fires in the 180. Could we finally be coming to an end here? Again, it's another 26 from Erlendsson. Had one of those in the last leg, but managed to rescue it and win in the leg. Don't think he's going to get the same luxury this time. Harrison finds a treble with the second and the third. It's a 180 followed by a 140. He's looking to clean up 360 in just 7 darts. He found it at just the right time. Andreas Harrison tops to move through to the last 16. Gets it with the first dart. And that is a win for Andreas Harrison. Made hard work of it. He was really pushed there by Ola Erlendsson. Gave himself something to think about. But the PDC Nordic and Baltic #1 has got through to the last 16. He's beaten Ola Erlendsson 6 legs to 4. Welcome back to Riga, and we're into the last 16 of PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour 1. The matchup we've got on the live stream, it is the Sweet Ferret, Johan Engstrom, against Dmitry Zhukov. One of these players will book their spots in the quarterfinals. Engstrom, someone that we know all about from the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Picked up 2 titles in 2024. Came very close to finishing in the top 2 in the rankings, if you remember. Lost out in the end to Darius Labanauskas, who won the last title. Pretty similar to Teemu Harju last year on the tour. He was pipped at the post by Lucky D to miss out on an Ali Pali debut. Zhukov kicking off the match with a maximum, and he's someone that has really had a good start to the season. Looking at his results from Pro Tour 1 so far today, kicked things off with a 6-1 win against Yanis Mustafayevs with a 96 average, the highest we've seen so far today. Followed that up with a 6-0 win against Edgar Znutins. The last 32, 6-5 winner against Andreas Hilgordhus. As for Engstrom, he's beaten Vili Kotro 6-0 and Olaf Seeger 6-3 to get through to the last 16. Zhukov tidying things up very nicely here, leaving himself on 16 after 12 darts. Double 8 for the opening leg for the Latvian. It's a strong start for Dmitry Zhukov. We did see him play a handful of times on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last year, played 3 of the 6 weekends. We didn't see him play the last 2 though, which meant he ended up missing out on the Nordic Baltic Championship. Finished up 27th in the rankings, €75 off the 24th spot. Elsewhere on the outside boards, a few more last 32 matches going on. We do have one other last 16 tie that has got underway on the outside boards. Yanni Havisto continuing his comeback weekend, if you like, on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He's taken the opening leg against Daniel Larsson. Plenty more action to come on the stream today. We will be playing this tournament down to a conclusion, and then we will also have another European Tour qualifier, the qualifier for the Belgian Darts Open. That will be coming up following the conclusion of Pro Tour 1. But right now, all the focus is on the last 16. And Engstrom looking to level up this match. Coming downstairs. Picks off 2 treble 19s there to get down to a finish. He will come back to have a look at that 62 to level things up. Plenty of time to do it as well. Zhukov not down to a finish yet. Tops for Engstrom. Goes outside, but he will come back. Zhukov. A very good first leg, 14 dart holder throw, but after 15 darts, not down to a finish. So the Sweet Ferret wants tops. to level things up, and he does. We have a level game after 2 legs. Our last match on the streaming board, we did see Andreas Harrison come through a 6-4 winner against Ola Erlendsson. He's about to continue his campaign against another Swede in Anton Östlund. That last 16 match just about to get underway on the streaming boards, and a reminder that if you want to follow all the matches that are going on, they are all available on Dartsconnect. Follow your favourite players throughout the tournament. We've seen a good turnout here for the opening weekend of the season, just under 90 entries here in Riga for the weekend. This match developing into a bit of a theme so far. The player with throw having a very comfortable leg. Zukov doesn't need to go the 18s on 1-2-2. Engstrom back in the 200s. He just lays it up nicely, leaves 32 after 12 darts. Double 16 to go back in front. And there's 3 misses for Zukov. They're not going to prove costly just yet. All Engstrom can do is try and pile in a big score. Leaves 120. Zukov to hold again. That is a 2-1 lead for Dmitry Zukov. 3 legs in, 3 holds of throw so far. Quarter-final spot on the line here in Pro Tour 1. This match is right at the bottom of the bracket. Winner of this match, well, there's a potential quarter-final meeting with Oscar Lukasiak. A lot of big hitters still in the running here. Darius Labanauskas, Kordeka, both in that bottom half of the draw. Victor Tingstrom, another PDC tour card holder, still in the field. Again, just like the first 3 legs, player throwing first. Not under any real threat of being broken. Engstrom down to a checkout first after a dozen darts. Zukov, well, he needs at least 2 trebles to get down to a finish. He finds 3 of them. And is this the first leg? We could see a potential breaker throw. Engstrom is not going to take out the 150. So Zukov has got a chance here to get a bit of daylight in this match. Can he find one above it? Well, just too high. See a little grimace there. He would have fancied a dart at a double on that 1-1-2. Engstrom now to clean up the 60. He does. We are level once again after 4 legs. 4 legs in, 4 holds of throw. Who is going to blink first in this last 16 tie? Over on the outside boards, give you an update on some of the scores in the last 16. Anton Östlund He has just taken the first leg against Andreas Harrison. But Harrison has just broken back that game 1 leg apiece. Daniel Larsson, Yanni Havisto currently locked at 2 legs apiece in their last 16 tie. All these matches, a reminder, are the race to 6 legs. Following the PDC Pro Tour format, aside from the semi-finals and the final. Zukov looking pretty good on throw here again. Down to a checkout after 9 darts. Engstrom way back, not been able to really threaten the Zukov throw so far. Few last 32 matches currently involving PDC tour card holders going on the outside boards. Cord Decker, someone that we've seen on the stream earlier today. He's 2-1 up against Oskars Kuzmans. Victor Tingstrom leading Ken Joran Sivertsen 3-0. Just a few more last 32 ties going on. Zukov leaves himself a double. Engstrom, shake of the head. He's not going to leave himself a finish after that visit. So Zukov has got at least 2 visits if he needs them. Well, he only needs 1 dart. It's another comfortable holder throw from the Latvian. He's halfway to the finish line. 3-2 up. Holds a throw continue. An opening visit at 42 there from Engstrom, not punished by Zukov. Sweet Ferret making up for it with a 140. Last year was a bit more of a quieter year on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour for Johan Engstrom. He finished up 6th in the end, though. Had a couple of decent runs during the season. Managed to get to a couple of finals. One in Pro Tour 3, where he lost out 6-4 to Valters Melderis. And he got to the final of the last Pro Tour event, Pro Tour 12, out in Norway, where he lost out 6-2 to Teemu Harju. But his throw could be under threat here because Zukov, if he can pile in a big score. The first start looks so inviting. He finds the 85. Gets down to a finish. And he will come back to have a go at that 106 to get the first breaker throw in this match. Needs to find 1 treble with the first 2 darts. A bemused look there where that second dart landed. Tidies it up nicely, but Engstrom. Will it be 2 tops? It will. There's one of them. Oh, the second dart comes low at tops. Would have fancied that after the first dart. Found his target in tops. And that is what Zukov finds there. And that is the first breaker throw. Took us 6 legs, but we finally have a bit of daylight between the 2 players. A 2-leg lead for Dmitry Zukov. 2 legs up, 2 legs away from a place in the quarterfinals. of Pro Tour 1. He's flying the flag for Latvian darts here in the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Madars Razma, the undisputed number 1 when it comes to darts in Latvia. A 10-time title winner on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. But he's ineligible to play on the tour now as he's in the top 64 on the main PDC World Rankings. He's been in that position for a few years now, becoming an established member of the professional tour. Although he keeps a keen eye on the darts here in the Nordic and Baltic region and events that will be going on this weekend. You'll be pleased to see how his compatriots playing here. Zhukov looking well placed to extend his lead and move one away from a place in the quarterfinals. It's a loose last start, but Engstrom is going to need to find at least 2 big trebles to get down to a finish first in this leg. Those 2 darts aren't too far away. Zhukov has got to be looking at the finish line now. It's a trebleless visit. Feel like it's now or never for Johan Engstrom. Oh, that's a savage bounce out. Looked like that was heading where the first dart was in that treble 20. How much of a difference will that bounce out make in this leg? Zhukov is not going to get a go at the 120. Loose first dart. All he can do now is set it up, leave himself tops. Engstrom. Is it double? It is. Tops he wants. Just comes low. What an effort. That would have got this match back on throw. Zhukov is coming back with 3 darts at tops. Let's go 1 away from a place in the quarterfinals. Finds the double 10. And the Latvian is now 3 up with a maximum of 4 legs left to play. But a pretty strong performance from Zhukov. He's won the last 3 legs. He's given Engstrom a mountain to climb here. If he's going to make back-to-back finals on the Pro Tour, he's going to have to win 4 legs on the spin. Over on the outside boards, Daniel Larsson is on the hill as well. He is 5-3 up on Yanni Havisto. He's 1 leg away from a place in the quarterfinals. Larsson was a winner on the Pro Tour last year out in Denmark, picking up his 8th title of his career on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund currently locked at 3 legs apiece. A few other last 16 ties about to get underway on the outside boards, but this match, unless we can see a comeback from Johan Engstrom, could be coming to an end. He's making a good start in this leg though. .97. He's got 6 darts if he needs them. We saw him have a go at this in the last leg. He went double, doesn't need to. With Zhukov not on a finish, and he cleans it up nicely. He stops the rot, the sweet ferret. Lost the last 3 legs. He's got that one. He's making Zukov serve for it. The task was hold break for Johan Engstrom. He's got the first hold. I have been told the next match on this stream board will be Darius Labanauskas against Kordeka. That is a clash of PDC tour card holders. So you can look forward to that match next on the live stream. That will be a repeat of some great matches those two players have had, particularly the one that they served up at the Nordic and Baltic Championship, the Jan Hoffman Trophy at the end of last season. That match going all the way to a last leg decider. Could we be going all the way in this one? Trebleless visit for Zukov. Engstrom coming back upstairs. Needed a second treble to get down to a finish. Gives himself a little bit of a lead. Zukov. Loose second one, but he gets himself down to a checkout first. And Engstrom leave himself something more makeable. That's what he's going to do. Piles in 2 big treble 19s. The Zukov throw is under threat here. Engstrom has got a chance to break Zukov for the first time in this match. 2 darts at double 8. Takes it. It is back-to-back 15 dart legs for Johan Engstrom. And from 5-2 down, he's won the last 2 in 5 visits apiece. He's got this match back on throw. Can he hold here and take us all the way? It's not the best of starts though. Zukov is profit, but not by a lot. It's a let off for Engstrom. He picks off a treble with the last dart. I can confirm that the first player through to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 1 today is Daniel Larsson. He's ended the run of Yanni Havisto, 6-3 winner in their last 16 tie. Over on the outside boards, Andreas Harrison, the number 1 seed, and Anton Ersland, 4 legs apiece in that one. That one going very close as well. The scoring has dried up for Zukov. Looks like we are going to go all the way to a last leg. Engstrom again finding the treble with the last dart down to a finish. Zukov needs to find a big score. He's not going to. So Engstrom all the time in the world here to take us to that 11th and final leg. It's not going to be another 5 visit leg. He won't mind that because he is going to come back with 3 darts at 60. A riposte there from Zukov. 2 big trebles gets him down to a 150. But it's tops for Engstrom. And we have ourselves a last leg decider. From 5-2 down, Johan Engstrom has won the last 3 legs to force this 11th and final leg. who is going to book their spot in the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 1. One leg of 501 to decide it. The early advantage is with Zukov. That is a slip from Engstrom. All the hard work to get himself back into this match. Zukov has let him off the hook. Engstrom comes up dry again. 101 points scored with 6 darts. See, the nerves are on show. It's another loose visit from Zukov. Just the wrong time. Engstrom finds a treble. That puts him in front in this last leg. That's a great adjustment. Great darts from Dmitry Zukov. What composure there after the last 2 visits. He wrestles back the advantage in this last leg decider. There really is nothing between the 2 players. Just 12 points between them. What can Zukov leave here? He's going to leave himself very handy indeed. It's another 140. Dmitry Zukov will come back. Looking at 68 to book his place in the quarterfinals. A ton from Engstrom gets himself down to a finish. He's going to have to rely on Zukov missing. It's going to be 1 dart, a double 16. It's a match dart missed. Can Engstrom step in and take advantage? Not, he needed a treble. Doesn't get a match dart. Zukov has got 3 darts in hand at double 16 to come through a last leg decider. And it is Dmitry Zukov who has come through a last leg decider. He raced into a 5-2 lead against Johan Engstrom. Engstrom came back. You see the celebration there from Zukov. Engstrom, he won 3 legs on the spin. Some great darts to get it back to a last leg decider. But it is the Latvian Dmitry Zukov who's booked his place in the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 1. He has beaten the sweet ferret Johan Engstrom by 6 legs to 5. Good afternoon and welcome back to Riga for continued coverage of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour 1. What a matchup we've got here to enjoy in the last 16. It is a battle of the PDC Tour card holders. Darius Labanauskas against Kordeka, Lithuania against Norway for a place in the quarterfinals. And these two players over the last 12 months or so have really got to know each other on the Oki. They've met 4 times in 2025 and all 4 matches were won by the taller man on your screen, Kordeka, beating Darius Labanauskas twice on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last year, once on the Players' Championship circuit, and then most recently in the Jan Hoffman Trophy in the last 16. Decker winning that one by 6 legs to 5. In one of the matches of the weekend, I seem to recall Labanauskas missing a dart at the ball to win the match. Decker came back and won it. Hopefully we'll get similar fireworks in this one. The format still the same. First 6 legs. We saw Kordeka on the stream a little while ago. This is our first look at Darius Labanauskas for today on the Pro Tour stream, but someone that we've come to know very well over the last few years. Just the 13 PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour titles that he's won across his career puts him 3rd on the all-time list. Good set-up shot there from Decker to leave himself on tops, and he will come back for it. That's a loose first one from Darius. Decker with a chance to break the Labanauskas throw in the opening leg. Pins the double 10 with the last dart, and a fist pump there from Decker as well. The first real sign we've seen of that on the live stream so far today, but he knew the importance of that dart. That is just the second leg that Darius Labanauskas has lost in this tournament so far today. It's been pretty comfortable progression so far for Lucky D. A 6-1 winner against Ben Lambertson in the last 64. In the last 32, a whitewash 6-0 against Brian Locken. Well, for Kordeka, it was a 6-2 win. We saw him on the live stream earlier against Finland's Asko Niskala, but that scoreline doesn't really tell the full story. At the start of the game, Decker was missing a lot of doubles. He let Asko back in, but towards the back end of the game, we did see Asko start to miss his chances, and that could have been a closer game. Since that match, Decker has beaten Oskars Kuzmans 6-1. Get himself through to this last 16. He's looking pretty comfortable here to double his lead. Will be his favourite. Double 18. And that is a 1-2-1 finish. 12 dart holder throw for the Sheriff. He sets his stall out very early on in this match as he looks to continue that winning streak against Darius Labanauskas. We do have 4 players already through to the quarterfinals. Daniel Larsson, Dmitry Zukov, who we saw on the stream a few moments ago, beat Johan Engstrom in a last leg decider. Andreas Harrison and Alexander Thorvaldsen. They're all into the quarterfinals. I can tell you that the next match on the live stream will be an all Swedish quarterfinal between Andreas Harrison and Daniel Larsson. That'll be another rematch from the Nordic and Baltic Championship at the end of last year. Larsson winning that one and posting one of the highest averages we've ever seen on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. I believe it was the fourth highest, a 103 average to knock out the number one seed, Andreas Harrison, in that quarterfinal. So it'll be the first time they've met in PDC competition since then. Labanauskas fires in a two-treble visit. He will come back to have a go at that 76 to get his first leg on the board. Decker, so far, looking to maybe post a top 5, top 10 average here. Just drops below the ton, though, after that visit. So Labanauskas looks at double 18. Goes wide of the target. Decker looking for another ton plus finish. Took out the 1-2-1 in the last leg. He's going to get a go at tops for a 1-1-1. Not too far off, so it's a missed start for a 3-0 lead. Labanauskas got one dart left at double 9. And that, you'd imagine, is going to prove costly. 4 darts missed at the outer ring. Decker finds the double 10, and that is a double break and a 3-0 lead for the Norwegian. Halfway to a place in the quarterfinals, halfway to a 5th win on the spin against Darius Labanauskas. Averaging 95 after 3 legs. Labanauskas for that visit was 20 points lower on the averages. Needs to find something soon, or he could be exiting this tournament. And the winner of this will play Iceland's Alexander Thorvaldsen in the quarterfinals. In the bottom half of the draw. Also got Dmitry Zukov. He's going to play the winner of Oskar Lukasiak or Petri Rasmus. That is a last 16 tie. We'll be getting underway very shortly. Decker will start down on the 19s, now come back upstairs. Can he find a way through for the treble? Not quite. Labanauskas sneaks a treble 19 with the last dart to get down to a finish first in this leg. You'd imagine Decker get to something smaller. It's a straight ton to leave a 110. He's going to get a go at it to take a 4-0 lead in a race to 6. Going to get one dart at the double, and it will be double 16. It's just outside. He's had the 1-2-1. He's had a dart for a 1-1-1 and a 1-1-0. It's bullseye for Labanauskas. Would have got him back in the match. Would have got him one of those breaks back. takes the fourth leg. It's a 4-0 lead for the Sheriff. Labanauskas a long way back here. If he is going to halt that losing run against Decker. He's lost his last 4 matches against him in PDC competition. This battle of the PDC tour card holders. Right now, it is all about Core Decker. Looks to be cruising to the quarterfinals, and we mentioned it earlier. Missed a few of the weekends last year on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Has one title to his name on this tour back in 2018. In fact, when you look at the list of winners on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, one of just 2 Norwegians to have won a title. Both of them with a title each. You'll be looking to become the first Norwegian to win multiple titles. Labanauskas finds the treble there to get down to a finish. Becker taking a leg off here. It seems like he's not got down to a checkout himself. So Labanauskas with the luxury of 6 darts from 1-2-2. It's a lovely bullseye there. Gets himself down to 32. Pressure's coming in though from Decker. Another treble 19 would have left him double 12. But it's double 16 for Labanauskas. That's 3 more missed darts at a double for Lucky D. Can Decker punish him? One dart at double 16 for a 5-0 lead. Not far away. So you feel like this is now or never for Labanauskas. This has to go. And it doesn't. And that could be the beginning of the end for Labanauskas. Decker moves across the oche. Looking to power that dart through. And he does. It's a 5-0 lead now for the Sheriff. Labanauskas. This will be a match that he wants to forget. There's been a few legs where he's had chances and he's just not taken them, and Decker's crept in and taken those legs off him. Broken Labanauskas 3 times. He's now looking to complete a whitewash. If he can get this leg on throw, he's making a good start of it. Labanauskas not replying with anything sizable. Decker. You can see the thinking there. 5-19s will leave him the 170, but with Darius back on 398, for me, the game plan would have been stay on that 20 and keep hitting those trebles, but got a bit of time here, and he's right back in that treble now. So Ton gets him down to a match winning checkout potentially. Labanauskas replies with one of his own to get down to a finish, but it's 108 for Kordeka. Shanghai on the 18s. He's got the treble. He's got the single. Doesn't get the double, but barring this 164 going, which it could, needs another one for a shot at the ball. Doesn't go. And Decker pins the double 18, and that is comprehensive 6-0 win for Kordeka in a battle of the PDC tour card holders. It is the Norwegian number one who has beaten the Lithuanian number one without dropping a single leg. Kordeka moves through to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 1, and he sets up a matchup with Iceland's Alexander Thorvaldsen. Good afternoon and welcome back to Riga for quarterfinal action from the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour 1. Once again, we've got another clash of the heavyweights. It is Andreas Harrison against Daniel Larsson. And these two players met just last October in the inaugural Nordic and Baltic Championship quarterfinals. What a match those two served up in Copenhagen. Larsson won it with a 103 average, a 6-4 win to knock out the number one seed Harrison, who himself averaged 98 and 10 legs of darts. The longest leg was 15 darts. What a match it was. Hopefully, we're going to see something similar here between these two players. A spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs here in Riga. Harrison, we saw him on the stream a little bit earlier on, was made to work against his fellow Swede in Ola Erlandsson. Since then, he's been pushed again by another of his compatriots, Anton Östlund, having to come back from 5-4 down to win that one in a last leg decider. And a match which saw Östlund miss match darts to win it 6-4. Harrison's run continues as he looks to pick up where he left off in 2025 when he topped the rankings on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Larsson here with an early chance to break. He's got 6 darts at 107. He's going to need them after that second dart. The third one is loose as well. So we may only end up getting 1 dart at a double here. Harrison piles in a 1 treble visit. It's a great dart, 12. And that is a breaker throw for Daniel Larsson. It's not quite a 5-visit leg like all the legs were in their Nordic and Baltic Championship match, but all the legs count the same. And Daniel Larsson has got off to a dream start in this one. He's broken Andreas Harrison. And I'll just take you through Daniel Larsson's run so far today. Kick things off with a 6-4 win against Paavo Mila. He then saw off Norway's Christian Johansson 6-1. Then in the last 16, a 6-3 winner against Yanni Havisto. The rest of the quarterfinal draw. Got one more spot still to be decided. Oskar Lukasiak currently 2-1 up on Petri Rasmus. The winner of that will play Dmitry Zhukov. As for the streaming here on the PDC Nordic and Baltic YouTube channel, I've just been informed after this match we will have both semi-finals on the stream, starting off with the top half of the draw. So the winner of this will play the winner of Yanni Lurila and Vesa Newtonin. And then we'll have the semi-final from the bottom half of the draw, followed by the final. But here in this quarter-final, Daniel Larsson got to try and find a way through to give himself a dart at double 18. And that is a brilliant finish from Daniel Larsson, doubles his lead. When you look at the head-to-head between these two players as well, it might surprise you, but Daniel Larsson has got a pretty good record when it comes to PDC competitions. Beat Andreas Harrison at Q School back in 2020. Beat him twice on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour in 2022, including in a semi-final. Also beat him in a Pro Tour match last year in Pro Tour 7 out in Finland. And then, as I mentioned earlier, their matchup on the Nordic and Baltic Championship last October. So as far as PDC competitions go, Daniel Larsson has got Andreas Harrison's number right now. He's made a good start to this one. He's got a break to his name. He fires in the 140 there. Gets himself right back into this leg. Harrison needs another treble to get down to a finish. Good find with the last one. Wanted to try and pick off another treble. In the leg. 119 for a double break. Not going to go this time. Harrison, his throw is under threat once again. He starts on 17s. It's unorthodox, I believe. He was going treble 17 to double 18s. That is a loose start from Larsson. He's only going to get one dart at tops. That, at the end of this match, could be a moment that we look back on. Harrison wants double 10. That's 3 darts missed for Dirty Harry. Larsson is reprieved. And this is for a double breaker throw. Daniel Larsson, that winning run against Andreas Harrison on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour could be continuing here. He's 3-0 up. When you look back at Larsson's 2025 on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, he played 5 of the 6 weekends. He picked up his 8th career title when he beat Edwin Torbjørnsen in the final of Pro Tour 9 out in Denmark, winning that in a last leg decider. And he is the Swede with the most PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour titles, as Harrison kicks off the leg with the 180. It looks like he was going, well, attempting the 3 triple 19s to leave the 150, and we know what would have been attempted after that, the 3 balls. To my knowledge, that leg has not been done on a stream or a TV match just yet. Andreas Harrison, one of those players to attempt it when he can. Gets down to a finish after 9, leaves the 170. And Larsson is throw under threat here. Because Andreas Harrison is looking for the big fish. And that is the big fish. The 170 finish for Dirty Harry gets himself right back into the match. He was 3-0 down. He's got one of those breaks back. Can that finish be something to spark him into life? And a brilliant leg there from the number 1 seed. He's had to really battle his way through the field today. 6-4 and a 6-5 in the earlier rounds. And already in this match, he's having to fight back from 3-0 down and get 2 breaks back. Daniel Larsson not going anywhere. We do have two other quarterfinals currently going on the outside boards. You could probably see him in the background there, Decker. He's taking the opening leg against Iceland's Alexander Thorvaldsen. The last 16 game currently going on. You can see in the background, Petri Rasmus and Oscar Lekasiak. It is Lekasiak who holds a 4-2 lead in that one. Here on the stream board, Daniel Larsson is going to get a go at the ball. Almost replied with a bullseye finish of his own. Harrison is going to need to find another ton plus finish here. Doesn't threaten it. Larsson should get 2 darts at a double. Well, he almost bust that. That is way off where he was targeting. It's going to be double 11. That is 2 darts missed. Harrison to go within 1 behind. It is going to be double 14. Pins it. It's a 170 followed by a 70. Andreas Harrison from 3-0 down has got this match to 3-2 and a leg behind. He is still a break behind. He's given himself a chance. Larsson with that dart single 5 straying into the treble 5 put him off his stride, it looked like. Left him a very rarely attempted double 11 instead of double 16. The Nordic and Baltic #1. Harrison is on the charge. Finds 2 big trebles there. He looks to break Larsson again, get this match back on serve. Larsson comes up dry on the trebles. So does Harrison to let off. This feels like an important leg in the match. Larsson can hold his throw here. It would only be a holder throw, but it would halt the momentum that Andreas Harrison is currently building. He's won the last 2 legs. Got himself down to a finish first in this one. Larsson. He won't be taking out 162, that's for sure. He would have wanted to put in a bigger score than that. Harrison's going to get a go at this. Double 16. For a 1-4-6 finish. It goes just outside. Larsson not going to get a go at a double. And are things beginning to unravel for him here? Harrison finds the double 4 with the last dart. And from 3-0 down, he's got this match level at 3 legs apiece. He was a double break behind. But with the aid of that 170 finish that started off this run of legs, he's got it back level 3 legs apiece. It's now essentially a best of 5 to determine who will go through to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 1. In the background on the outside boards, Oscar Lekasiak has just beaten Petri Rasmus by 6 legs to 2. He has booked his spot in the quarterfinals. That quarterfinal lineup is now complete. Kasiak will take on Dmitry Zhukov in the quarterfinals. The other two quarterfinals that are currently ongoing, pretty close as well. Alexander Thorvaldsen, 2 legs apiece with Kordeka. In the battle of the Finns, Jani Larila and Vesa Newtonen is 4-3 to Larula. It's a slack visit from Harrison. Opens the door for Larson. Gets himself down to 101. But Harrison was looking for a treble to get a shot at the ball. Larson with another check-out attempt. Double 18. You can see the reaction there from Larson. He's not happy with that last dart. Harrison wants tops. His turn to miss a dart at the double. Larson to stop the rot and get another break. Double 9. Wow, it's way off from Larson. Doesn't even bother trying to leave a different double. He busts his score, gets back to 36. But he may not get another go because Andreas Harrison says thank you very much. He hits the double 10. And from 3-0 down, the number 1 seed has won 4 legs on the spin. He's gone 4-3 in front. He's taken the lead for the first time. He looks to get that elusive win against Daniel Larson in PDC competition. Now it's been Larson who's held the upper hand when these two have played each other on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. Could Harrison be about to turn the tables here? Well, he certainly turned the tables in this match. Squeezes a treble in with the last dart. Larson knows how important this leg is. If he loses this one, you feel like that could be his lot here, because Harrison would throw for the match. It looks like we are going to have ourselves a level game once again. An adjustment with a second. Larson down to 115. Harrison is not going to leave a finish after this visit. It looks like he's resigned to losing this leg. Larson got 6 darts if he needs them. It's 1 dart at tops for a 115 finish, and that is much more like it from Daniel Larson. He stops the rot, he stops that run of legs from Andreas Harrison. Levels this quarter-final up at 4 legs apiece. Now just a best of 3 to decide who will go through to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 1. A reminder that following this quarter-final, we will have both semi-finals on the live stream. You can watch both of their matches, and then we will also have the final to find out who will be the first Pro Tour champion on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour in 2026. Will it be a repeat winner, or will we get a new winner on the tour? There are a few players still in the mix. In fact, when you look at the quarter-final lineup that we have now, we've got four former winners and we've got four players looking to win Pro Tour titles for the first time. Harrison with a very comfortable leg-on throw, it looks like, down to 46 after 12. Larson needs to do the maths here. He was playing with fire a little bit there with that second dart. If he'd have hit a single 19, he wouldn't have been able to leave a finish. And that is way off there from Harrison. He wanted double eight with the last dart. Busts his score. May not prove too costly though. He's going to come back. He's going to have to use a dart though to leave. Well, he's changing his objective now. It's double top. And that is a holder throw for Andreas Harrison. He moves one leg away from a place in the semi-finals. Larson now needs to hold his throw here to take us all the way to a last leg decider. We do have our first player through to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 1. Jani Lurila from Finland. He's beaten his compatriot Vesa Nutinen 6 legs to 3. The winner of that will play the winner of this in our next match on the live stream. Bottom half of the draw. Kordeka 4-2 up on Alexander Thorvaldsen. The winner of that will play either Oscar Lukasiak or Dmitry Zhukov in the semi-finals. That quarter-final just about to get underway. But here on the stream board, Andreas Harrison could be a couple of visits away from the semi-finals. And he put another one next to that. He can't, but he's down to a finish and he will get a go at it. Larson back on 220. Having to move around the hockey. He wants to stay on that 20 segment. He's not left to finish. So Harrison tops to go through to the semi-finals. One match start missed for Dirty Harry. And he is going to come back with another go at double 10. And Andreas Harrison is through to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 1. He ends that losing run against Daniel Larson. And he had to work for it, didn't he? 3-0 down. Produces the big fish, the 170, to start the comeback. And he completes the comeback. A 6-4 win in the Battle of the Swedes. Andreas Harrison, the Nordic and Baltic #1 from 2025. Could he be about to start his 2026 with another title? He's through to the semi-finals. He's beaten Daniel Larson 6-4. Semi-final time here in Riga, the first of two semi-finals we're going to bring you on the live stream this afternoon. It is the opening Pro Tour event of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour for 2026. And we've got ourselves a battle of Sweden and Finland. You all know about Andreas Harrison. He topped the rankings last year. He's going up against Jani Laurila, who's into the semi-finals. The Finn has got to a final before a couple of years ago on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, where he lost out to Jeffrey de Graaf. Saw him a couple of times last year, had a couple of last 16, so this is a welcome return to the latter stages for Laurila. Fair to say he's got his hands full here, going up against the number one seed, who, like we were saying in the previous game on the stream, has really had to battle his way through to get to where he is today. Survived match starts against Anton Östlund in the last 16, and then two other games he's been pushed in in 6-4 wins. It was this 170 finish which got Andreas going against Daniel Larsson in the quarterfinals. Not going to take out the big fish again here, though. He's put a big hole in it, leaves 45. Yanni start on the 19s for 1, 2, 3. 16s. One dart at double 9 for the opening leg. And that is just how you want to start the semi-final. A 1, 2, 3 finish for Jani Laurila. He holds throw in the opening leg. Mentioned earlier the quarter-final lineup. It was a 50-50 split of players that had won titles on the Nordic and Baltic Tour before and players that hadn't. Yanni, one of those players looking to add his name to the Roll of Honour. Two other players currently in the semi-finals. We all know the pedigree of Andreas Harrison. Kåre Decker has also joined the lineup for the semi-finals. He's beaten Alexander Thorvaldsen 6-2, the current PDC Tour card holder, into the final four. And he will play either Oskar Lukasiak or Dmitry Zhukov. Is Zhukov with a 2-1 lead in that one. You can see them in the background playing that match right now, and Zhukov has just broken Lukasiak to go 3-1 up. He's averaging 101 as well. Zhukov, another player looking to pick up their first title on the Pro Tour this year. Harrison switching to the ball to get down to a finish. Laurila looking to leave himself something more makeable. He finds two big trebles to get down to 101. Harrison not going to threaten the 167. So can Yanni produce another ton plus finish here and get a breaker throw? Coming downstairs. Needed a treble 19 to get a shot at a double. Harrison now looking to tidy up this 67. It'll be 18 for tops. And that is a holder throw for Dirty Harry. 2 legs in, 2 holds a throw. We are into the latter stages of this tournament. The format still the same. Best of 11 legs, a race to 6 legs. Both these players making pretty strong starts, both averaging 95 after 2 legs. The just run you through Yanni's run to the semi-finals today. Kicked things off with a pair of 6-1 wins. He then saw off Estonia's Rado Krusvi. The eye-catching result from the run so far, a 6-5 win against Victor Tingstrom. That match going all the way to a last leg decider. Tingstrom, he took out 1-2-6 to force the decider. In the end, it was Laurila who came through in that 11th leg. Harrison fires in the 180. Laurila's throw is under threat here, unless he can take out the 161. He's going to get a go at it. Bullseye he wants. Not too far away from another ton plus finish on throw. Harrison wants double 8. That would have been the first breaker throw. But Laurila is going to get a chance to clean up this 25. Go back in front. Alex for 1, double 12. That is 2 darts missed. Those are the chances you feel Yanni is going to have to take as Andreas Harrison pins the double 4. It is a 13 dart breaker throw for Dirty Harry. Okay, we are only 3 legs in, but a ton plus average so far for Andreas Harrison. That's the sort of numbers we've come to expect from him wherever he plays his darts. Laurila fighting back with a 180. He's put the disappointment of that last leg behind him. After being broken, after missing 3 darts himself to go back in front. Game on the outside boards. Dmitry Zhukov 4-1 up now on Oscar Lukasiak, averaging 98. We mentioned Dmitry in the early rounds today. He posted a 96 average. He looked like he was going to be one to keep an eye on. We have seen him on the live stream today as well when he beat Johan Engstrom in the last leg decider. Harrison down to a finish. Laurila want to leave himself at least under a ton. He's going to do that. Leaves himself a single to double if he gets a chance. Harrison, it'll be treble 17. Would have given him a shot at tops. So this, with a perfect response for Yanni. Tops to get that break straight back. Some more missed doubles for Yanni Laurila. Harrison coming back at tops. Now over to 10s. And it is a 3-1 lead for Andreas Harrison, the top seed, punishing missed doubles from Yanni Laurila in the last 2 legs. He's opened up a bit of daylight between the 2 players here. Got that breaker throw. He's held 3 legs away from a place in the final. And this is a player that played in 6 finals in 2025. There was 12 events, so 50% of the time we were seeing Andreas Harrison in the final. won 4 of those titles to finish top of the rankings. Got that debut at the World Championship. Really did make his mark at Alexandra Palace, winning through 3 matches against Ross Smith, Otomo Sakai, and Ricardo Pietrexco to get to the last 16. And he had his chances in that match against Johnny Clayton as well. Ended up losing it 4-2. But we've seen over the years Andreas Harrison, someone that he's had disappointments in his career, but he's managed to come back from them and reach new heights on the hockey. I'm sure that's something that he'll be wanting to do in 2026 after missing out on his tour card at European Q School. I'm sure, like many people, Andreas would have been at the top of the list for that particular Q School for players to get their tour card. He just missed out on legs difference, and in fairness to him, I don't think he played his best starts at Q School that week. Probably his C game. So if he'd have brought his B or A game, he would have had that tour card. Harrison now looking at 76 for a double break of throw. He's going to have to reset here. It's double 14. And that is a 4-1 lead for Andreas Harrison. It's another 5-visit leg. The top seed starting to go through the gears now. He's had to come through a few scares so far today. But these are the sort of performances, the sort of levels that we've come to expect. Yanni Laurila, he had darts at a double in a couple of legs, in legs 3 and 4. He was nowhere to be seen in that leg. .140 from Harrison. Edges closer to the 100 average. Not much coming back from Yanni here. He's had a brilliant run today. His best run on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour for a couple of years. He is a former finalist. Today may be a step too far to get through to that second final. He won't be giving up just yet as he throws in the 180. Harrison, though, leaves it handy, leaves himself 56 after 12 darts as he looks to throw in yet another 5-visit leg. Laurila not following that 180 with anything big. Harrison, you can see he's sped up a little bit as well. Wants to get this done and give himself plenty of time to rest before the final, because next up on the live stream we are going to have that second semi-final. It will be Cord Decker going up against either Oscar Lukasiak or Dmitry Zhukov, and right now it looks like it is going to be Dmitry Zhukov. He is leading that one by 5 legs to 2. Lukasiak has taken out 79 to hold his throw. He's pulled a leg back at 5-3. Zhukov now throwing for the match in that one. That match is a quarter-final. Laurila took that opening leg with a 1-2-3. He's lost the next 5. Andreas Harrison is on the brink of the final. What can Laurila reply with here? Well, he'll be disappointed with that after the first start. What's Harrison's setup going to be like here? Doesn't get down to a finish, so Laurel up with a bit of breathing space for the first time in quite a few legs here. Got options. He was looking for double-double, a fairly conservative effort there with Harrison back on 171. Gets the two singles to leave tops, but there's going to be pressure coming in here. Harrison down to 32 for the match. Yanni Laurila, this tops has got to go, and it does. Says to Andreas, you've got to serve for it. So Harrison with the throw in this eighth leg, needing one more leg to get through to the final of today's Pro Tour event, the first Pro Tour of the season. Once again, 12 events taking place throughout the year on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We do have another tournament tomorrow, Pro Tour 2. Later on today, we will have the qualifiers for the third European Tour event, the Belgian Darts Open. Have a number of players playing in that qualifier looking to get themselves on the Euro Tour. Probably make out in the background. That quarter-final has just come to an end. Dmitry Zhukov has beaten Oscar Lukasiak by 6 legs to 3. So it means the next match on the live stream will be the other semi-final. It will be Kordeka against Dmitry Zhukov. It looks like they will be playing to decide who will play Andreas Harrison in the final. Because Harrison got himself down to 78 after 12 on throw. Yanni Laurila not going to leave a finish after this visit now. Andreas Harrison wants double 12 to book his spot in the final of Pro Tour 1. Last year was all about Andreas Harrison. He won 4 titles. He got to 2 more finals to top the rankings. And Dirty Harry is kicking off 2026 where he left off 2025. He's beaten Finland's Yanni Laurila by 6 legs to 2, a 99.10 average, the best we've seen so far today as the number 1 seed. Secures his spot in the final of Pro Tour 1. He's beaten Yanni Laurila 6-2. And next, we're going to find out who Dirty Harry is going to play in the final. Coming up next on the live stream is that other semi-final. It will be Kordeka against Dmitry Zhukov.
Upstairs, there is, well, just need to
Welcome back to Riga for the second semi-final of PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour 2. And we're going to find out who will play last year's Nordic and Baltic #1, Andreas Harrison, in the final of our first Pro Tour event of the season, as Kordeka takes on Dmitry Zhukov for that second place in the final. These two players, we've seen them on the stream at some point during the day today. Decker, we know all about him. He's a PDC tour card holder. First Norwegian to win a tour card at Q School in 2025. He's now in his second year on the tour. Zhukov, someone we've seen a handful of times before. We've seen him play in the World Cup of Darts alongside Madars Razma back in 2023. Reliably informed by my unofficial uncle Dean Moss that Dimmy is a firefighter. He's actually based off the coast of Ireland as well. Moved to Galway in 2005. That's when he started playing darts for a bit of fun. Almost 20 years later, here he is looking to try and become a title winner on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He's 2 games away from doing that. But he may well have the 2 toughest challenges left if he is going to complete that task, going up against Kordeka here and then Andreas Harrison in the final. Tops for the opening leg. That is 15 dart holder throw for Dmitry Zhukov. He's put in some strong performances so far today as well. Like I mentioned earlier, we saw him on the live stream when he got the better of Johan Engstrom in a last leg decider. But his 2 best performances have come on the outside boards. He kicked things off today with a 6-1 win against Yanis Mustafayev's with a 96.5 average. And then his last game just a few moments ago, averaging 95 in a 6-3 win against Oscar Lukasiak. So Dimmy's certainly got the levels to challenge these top players on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Meanwhile, for Court, he's been playing around about the same level all day, really. He's had a 186 average, and the other 3 have been 89s. So he's been playing at a solid level all day. A couple of 6-2 wins, a 6-0, a 6-1. He's not had to go to last leg deciders or been pushed really close yet. A ton there gets him down to a finish first in this leg. Decker is a former winner on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Picked up his only title so far back in 2018. If he can go all the way today, he will make a little bit of history for Norway. Be the first Norwegian to win multiple titles on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Whereas Dimmy will be looking to become just the 3rd Latvian to win on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, following in the footsteps of Madars Razma and Valters Melderis. Decker now coming back to clean up this 27. Double 8 he wants. Now over to double 4. And we have ourselves a level game after 2 legs. 2 holds a throw so far in this one. Chasm in the averages, as you can see there. Before that last visit from Decker, there was 17 points between them. Now just the 10. It's not all about the averages, as we know. Dimi played a couple of the weekends on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last year. Played the first two in Latvia and Sweden, and then he played the fourth weekend in Finland. Had 3 runs to the last 16, but today represents his best run to date on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Becker, we've seen him in a few finals since he won that title back in 2018. He's lost a few semi-finals more recently, but got to a pair of finals in 2024, losing out to Jeffrey de Graaf and Johan Engstrom in those finals. He's threatening to get the first breaker throw in this semi-final. What can he leave from 184? What's the setup shot going to be like? Switching to the 18s. Finds the treble with the last dart to Harvey's score. Zukov under pressure here. Can't find a big treble, so Decker may have 2 visits at this 92. We'll be hoping to just need the one. Attempted the 2 double 18s there. 2 singles leaves him that favoured double 18. Zukov not going to take the 157. We may be about to see the first breaker throw in this semi-final. Decker coming back. His favourite double 18. Now that switch to the double 9. Well, he's avoided it. Single 2 gives him a dart at double 8. And it works. 2-1 lead for Cordecker, the first breaker throw. Won the last 2 legs, back-to-back legs for the Sheriff to take a 2-1 lead in this semi-final. Perhaps out with the last dart, but the first 2 finding the intended target. Zukov now looking to punish. Profits with a 140. Seen the levels that Zukov can produce today. He's going to have to find them here. If he's going to come through this one, you feel like an average under 80. Not going to cut it against Cordecker, who's been playing at a pretty solid level all day. Zukov finds the treble with the last dart. Keeps him in this leg, but Decker starting to find his range now. Within finishing range after 9 darts. That single 1 was not what the doctor ordered for Dimi. Decker's got the luxury of 2 visits from this 147. Have options when he comes back. All Zukov can do is pile on the pressure. Don't think he'll try and get a 180 here. He will switch. So it's 52 for Decker for a 3-1 lead in this semi-final. Well, that was not where he wanted to go with the first one. It's going to be 1 dart at double 16. And he gets it. Only needs the 1 dart. 3-1 lead for Cordecker as he looks to get his spot in the final of Pro Tour 1. Halfway to the finish line. All these matches are a race to 6 legs. A reminder, from the first round right through to the final. Decker has given himself a real foothold in the semi-final. You're not sure what his plans are going to be for 2026, but when you look at how his 2025 unfolded, winning that tour card at the start of the year at European Q School, skipped two of the first three weekends of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, but he played in the last three. It was enough to see him finish 10th in the rankings, got him to the Nordic and Baltic Championship, and I think fair to say going into that tournament in Copenhagen, he was among the favourites because the previous weekend he'd had a great run on the European Tour, getting to the last stages. We didn't quite see the best of him in the first Nordic and Baltic Championship, going out in the quarterfinals to the eventual winner, Teemu Harju. So I wonder what the plan will be for this year for Decker, whether he is going to focus on the tour and try and play all the events along with all of the Pro Tours in the PDC. Zukov tops to get back on track. That is a holder throw in 14 darts for Dimi Zukov. Decker still with the advantage though. He's got that break. He knows that, well, it sounds simple enough. 3 holes to throw will get him into the final. Visits like that gives Zukov hope that he can get that break back and makes a good start to this leg. Punishes the 40 with a ton. Decker replies with a ton of his own. So wayward first one from Zukov. Great recovery with a second. You can see in the averages, Zukov, we said he had to up his game. He has done that. Decker, he's playing at pretty much the level he's been playing at throughout the tournament, around that mid to high 80 range. Hardly anything to split them at the moment. The only thing that is splitting them is that breaker throw that Decker got in the third leg. Another one treble visit for Decker. He's down to a finish first. Zukov, not much coming back from him here. This looks like it's going to be a comfortable holder throw in the end for Core Decker. Reminder that Andreas Harrison awaits the winner in the final of our first Pro Tour event of 2026. That final will be coming up next on the live stream this afternoon, followed by another European Tour qualifier, this time for ET3, the Belgian Darts Open in Visa. Well, that looks like that's a miscount there from Core Decker. Double 17 he wants. He will have to go for it. I'm not quite sure how he's ended up going for a single 12 there. You may remember Core Decker had that miscount on the Euro Tour, and a leg or two later he threw a 9 darter. So if lightning can strike twice, we might be about to see a bit of history made here this afternoon. Fingers crossed. Zukov, that treble with the last start gets him down to a double. Decker elects to split, so it's 2 darts at double 16 for a 4-2 lead. Just snuck in the corner there. A couple of times in this match, Decker's had one of the more tricky doubles left. He's decided to burn a dart, leave a more favourable double, and it's paid off. I'm not quite sure what he was going for with the 106 treble 2012, but got there in the end. He's got the leg one. Opens up that 2-leg cushion again. Puts the pressure right back on his opponent, Imi Zukov. Because if he has his throw broken again here, Decker will be throwing for the match. Mentioned we've got another European Tour qualifier coming up later on this afternoon. We did have 2 of them yesterday, in case you missed the action on the live stream. Andreas Harrison won the first qualifier. Jonas Maslin winning the second one to secure his debut on the European Tour. We'll see Andreas at the Poland Darts Open in a couple of weekends' time. Jonas, his debut will come in Göttingen at the European Darts Trophy next month. Decker now, looking for the big fish. There's one treble. Doesn't find the second. Shake of the head. I think he would have gone for it as well. We did see Andreas Harrison throw the 170 finish on this stream earlier today against Daniel Larsson. And that was a very much needed 170 finish when he was trailing 3 legs to nil. Decker, for a 3-leg lead, he wants tops. Doesn't go. And Zukov, this you feel has to go to stay in this semi-final. Perfect first dart. 1 dart at double 18. And you see the reaction there. The 116 finish for Dmitry Zukov. It's a holder throw, but it feels much more important than that, doesn't it? Because Decker had 2 darts for a 5-2 lead. Had he taken one of them, he would be thrown for the match right now. But as it stands, he still needs 2 more legs to cross that finish line and set up that blockbuster encounter with Andreas Harrison in the final. See Zukov just doing a few stretches in the background there. It's been a long day of darts for him, I think it's fair to say. That's come through a couple of last leg deciders already today against Andreas Hilgordhus and Johan Engstrom. Won 5 matches to get through to the semi-finals. Decker, probably a bit more accustomed to this format, having played on the PDC Pro Tour last year during the season. Played a lot more of the Nordic and Baltic Tour over the years as well. I'm not going to threaten a 160 finish here, but we'll switch downstairs to the 19s now. He's got plenty of time to wrap up this 8th leg and move 1 leg away from a place in the final. Zukov, that's the issue with going 19s on 301. 1 single means you're not going to leave a finish. So it's a great visit, but it's not left to finish. Decker wants tops. for a 5-3 lead. He's got the luxury of coming back. Zukov just taking a look at the scoreboard. He's not going to get a go at a finish here. All he can do is try and leave something, and he's left it well placed if he gets a chance, relying on more missed doubles from Decker to stay in this semi-final. Double 5 for Decker. Gets it. It's one of the more tricky doubles on the board, but he doesn't split it. He goes straight for it. And the Sheriff, with the finger point there, takes a 5-3 lead. He's on the cusp of a place in the final of Pro Tour 1. Just one more leg needed. Set up that final against Andreas Harrison this afternoon. What has Dimi Zukov got left? He's going to need to hold, break and hold. He's going to have to win another last leg decider here if he's going to book his spot in the final of Pro Tour 1. There's a solid start to the leg, ton followed by a 140. Give him some hope. Decker sneaks in a big treble with the last start there. Strays into the one again. Zukov has got at least 2 visits from 201 to make Decker serve it out. Comes up dry. See the reaction from Zukov. He knows he probably needed more than that because Decker's right back in the treble again. And he's going to leave something a little bit more handy than a 141. It's a treble, single to double. Zukov needs to be perfect here. And he's not going to be. So this 108 for a place in the final of Pro Tour 1. He's changed his route. And that treble 3 has cancelled any plans of taking out the 108. I thought it would have been the Shanghai on the 18s there, but I was looking for 419s for double 16. And he's handed Dmitry Zukov a lifeline here. Got 2 darts at tops to keep the semi-final going. Doesn't take them. Decker may only get 1 dart. Well, it's going to be 2 at double 8 for a place in the final. And Decker is through to the final of Pro Tour 1. He has beaten Dmitry Zukov 6-3, the PDC Tour card holder. He's got 1 Pro Tour title to his name on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. That was back in 2018. He's got a chance to win his second and his first since 2018 and become the first Norwegian to win multiple titles on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Standing in his way is last year's table topper, Andreas Harrison. That is the final of Pro Tour 1 coming up in a few moments' time. Do stick around to find out who will be the first name on the roll of honour for the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour in 2026. Welcome back to Riga and to the final of our first Pro Tour event of 2026 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And what a final we could potentially have here. We have got the number one on the PDC MB Pro Tour in 2025, Andreas Harrison, going up against the unmistakable PDC tour card holder from Norway, Kåre Dekker, who is going to get their hands on the first piece of silverware this year. I'm Alex Moss, and I'll be calling the action for you in this first final. Both players going for the ball here to decide who is going to throw first. Like all the matches today, it is a race to 6 legs to decide the champion for today. Andreas Harrison is looking to win his 7th Pro Tour title and 6th in the last 18 months. Whereas Kåre Dekker looking to win his 2nd career title and a first since 2018 and become the first Norwegian to win multiple titles on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. So it's a fascinating final in prospect. Both players just embracing there. Good respect between the two of them. And we are underway. It is time to enjoy the darts here. Exciting final ahead. Two players met just once on the Nordic and Baltic Tour last year. That was in a semi-final out in Finland in Pro Tour 8, which Andreas won by 6 legs to 4. In 2024, they met on plenty more occasions than that. 6 times, in fact, including in 4 of the qualifiers. Dekker had a 4-2 winning record against Andreas in 2024. Met a few times at the Cathedral of Darts as well in the Modus Super Series. Andreas winning on those occasions. He's become a bit of a legend in that venue. I'm sure we'll see him back there at some point this year. Fair to say this has been a bit of a slow start from the number 1 seed, Andreas Harrison. Just got under 300 after 12 darts. Dekker will be looking to get an early breaker throw in this final. Now, this is the 106 that he had a few issues with in the semi-final against Dmitry Zhukov, treble 20, 12, and then clicked that he'd left double 17. He's not going to have that issue this time. It's a great setup, though. Nothing wrong with the maths there. Well, I say that. He's just working it out for himself. Yeah, he's got it right. Had me thinking there for a moment. We didn't want him to have another issue with the 106, but tidied it up very well there indeed. Treble 12 to leave the double 16. This for the opening leg against the throw. Moves across the oche to find a better view of it. Certainly does that. First blood to the Sheriff in this final. First break of throw. If you are just joining us, our coverage for today. This is the first of 12 Pro Tour events that we're going to see throughout 2026. We will have one more tomorrow, this weekend in Latvia, the opening weekend of the season. There will be weekends held at the end of March and April. April, the players will be heading off to Finland. Then the fourth weekend of the season in May. A little bit of a break then for a few months before the season resumes at the start of August in Norway. Then the final two Pro Tour events of the season will be at the end of September. And the top two players on the rankings, so all the money won in these Pro Tour events will go towards an order of merit or a rankings ladder, however you like to say it. Top two players will qualify for the PDC World Darts Championship in December, and the top 24 players will qualify for the season finale, the Nordic and Baltic Championship. We saw the first staging of that last year out in Copenhagen. Teemu Harju winning the title, winning the Jan Hoffman Trophy. So the players looking to book their spots in that tournament again this year. We did see these two in that event. Both players going out in the quarterfinals in the final session. Decker looking at 158 to hold his throw. Double 19. Goes just inside. Great effort. Harrison's going to need something similar here. Well, the shot's on. Bullseye for a 155. Almost breaks straight back. Didn't fancy treble 20 for double 19. He stayed closer to where that first dart had landed, the treble 16, to get a shot at the ball. Decker now double 4 for a holder throw, and you see the reaction. He knows how important that dart could be come the end of this match. Andreas Harrison was waiting in the wings to try and break straight back. But is that going to get him going? A maximum for Harrison to start this third leg. We saw him earlier on start a leg with a maximum, then switch to the 19s. Not going to try it this time. Be a busy few days for Decker. Playing today and tomorrow on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, and then Monday and Tuesday out in Germany for the first lot of Players' Championships on the PDC Pro Tour. His second year with a tour card. Looking to try and keep hold of it for a third year. Goes into the start of the season ranked 73 in the world. Harrison coming back for tops. Get a leg on the board in this final. Well, he looks like he's bust his score there. He's hit a double 15 instead. Is Decker going to get a dart for 3-0? No, he's not. Harrison coming back with a second go at tops to get going in this final. Second time's the charm. He takes it. The first 3 legs have all been won in 6 visits. It's Decker with the early advantage with that breaker throw in the opening leg. Rescues the visit with a treble with the last dart. Harrison will want to punish with a bigger score. He does just that. We saw in his semi-final victory earlier on today, Andreas Harrison produce the levels that we've come to expect from him. 99 average to beat Yanni Laurila. 6-2. Before that, we'd seen a couple of low 90 averages, an 82 on the stream against Ola Erlendsson, an 85 against Daniel Larsson in the quarterfinals. That was on the stream as well. He seems to have resorted back to that level in the 80s, the mid 80s so far in this one. If he can get through the gears before it's too late, then he'll fancy his chances of coming back in this one. Kordek has been a pretty steady level the whole way through this tournament. 86 to 89 in the averages, averaging just over 90 currently. A few legs into this final. He's going to get 6 darts from 87 to hold his throw. Doesn't need to go the 20s route. With Harrison back on 210, sets it up nicely when he comes back. And it would be another 6-visit leg to move closer to ending an 8-year wait for his second PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. Finds the double 16 with a second dart. Kordek holds his throw again. Re-establishes that 2-leg cushion in this final. Harrison, he won the bullseye. Got broken in the first leg, and since then, players have just held their throw. Harrison in a need to find a break in this final. First task will be to hold his throw in this leg. Can't afford to lose this leg and go a double breakdown, especially at this point in the match. 4-1 would be a mountain to climb for Dirty Harry. He has come back from 3 legs behind today. We did see that on the live stream. He was 3-0 down against Daniel Larsson in the quarterfinals, pulled out a 170 finish in the 4th leg, which helped him come back and win that one 6-4. So it has been done today. Well, Kordek, he's not really been pushed to the final legs in matches. Closest was in that semi-final that we just saw on the stream when he ran out a 6-3 winner against Dmitry Zhukov. Andreas has got a couple of visits if he needs them to wrap up this 5th leg. That was a much needed treble with the last dart. What can Decker reply with? It's going to be something heavy. He's down to a treble to double finish as well. Harrison may only get the 1 dart. It was a double 14. Decker for a double breaker throw in this final. He's gone the bullseye route to try and guarantee a shot at the ball, but missing the 25 as well means that he needs to find a treble, which he has. Double 8 for a 4-1 lead and a double break. What a shot that is from the Sheriff. The fist pump as well. He knows how important that was. Kordecker is 2 legs away from winning his second PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. He's 4-1 up on the top seed, Andreas Harrison, who once again is going to have to come back from 3 legs down today if he's going to win again. We said he had to find 2 breaks. Well, he had to find 1 breaker throw. Now he's got to find 2. Because one title that he won on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour back in 2018. He beat a legend of Nordic and Baltic darts, Magnus Carris, in the final. As we mentioned, we've not had a Norwegian player win multiple titles on this tour. Could we be about to see a little bit of history today in Riga? Kordecker is closing in on getting his name back on that roll of honour. Harrison with a nightmare visit there, a 180 or 140, but 30 has opened the door for Decker. A ton gets him down to a makeable 72. But Harrison looking at tops for a 151 finish. And once again, from 3 legs behind, Harrison has pulled out a rabbit out of the hat there, a 151 finish, with Decker waiting on 72 to go 5-1 up. That's 1 break of throw back for Dirty Harry. But the equation is the same again. He needs to find another one if he's going to win this final. Well, that was the best leg of this final so far. The first leg to be won in less than 17 darts. That was a 12 dart breaker throw from Dirty Harry. And the scoring continues. Decker needs to keep his cool. He knows he's still in a good position in this match. Got that breaker throw. As Harrison fires in another 180, we could be about to see another 4-visit leg from last year's rankings winner. He won 4 titles last year to top the rankings. Doesn't need to go the bullseye route, so it's just a simple setup shot. Leaves tops after 12 darts. Decker way back on 259. Doesn't get down to a finish to Harrison. Time on his side here to keep this comeback going. And that is a 13 darter to follow the 12 dart break. There is just 1 leg between the players here in this final. Decker with the breaker throw. He knows 2 holds and that title will be his. Harrison replies with a 140 of his own. Trebleless visit there from Decker opens the door for Harrison. Can he take advantage? No, he can't. Shake of the head. Opportunity missed for Dirty Harry. Key moments coming up now in this final. Will this be a pivotal leg? We are closing in on the finish line. Harrison back in the treble. It's a 140, just 5 points separate them in this leg. All about the setup shot from here, and that is a perfect first start for Decker. What he'd give for another treble. Oh, it's a brilliant setup shot. Leaves double 18 after 12. All Harrison can do is try and leave himself well placed in case Decker misses. It's the Sheriff's favourite double, double 18. To go one away from the title. Pins it with the first start, the finger point as well from the Sheriff. Just when it looked like Andreas Harrison was beginning to turn the screw and come back again, Decker slams the door. He holds his throw, and he's now just one leg away from winning his second title on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour and ending that 8-year wait for title number 2. Harrison got a hold, break and hold if he's to add to his tally of titles. 6 titles he's won so far in his career. 5 of them coming in the last 18 months. He's going to have to produce a comeback here to do it. First job is hold throw here and make Core try and serve it out. Decker may already be thinking about the 10th leg when he will throw first. Harrison way ahead in this leg. 82 left after 12. Decker won't be leaving a finish after these 3 darts. This to keep the final alive. Tops for Harrison. Goes low. But he will be coming back. With 3 clear darts at it. Decker does get himself down to a finish just in case. You'd imagine this double 10 is going to go, and it does. Over to you, Core Decker. Is this the leg to end an 8-year wait for his second Nordic and Baltic title? PDC Tour card holder kicks off the leg with a 140. It's a solid start. And Harrison replies with a 140 of his own. Not sure how he snuck that last dart in there. He stays in touch after the opening visit. Decker comes down for cover. Finds 1 treble. He'll start on the 19s in the next visit, you'd imagine. Harrison laser focused on that treble 20. Nothing to separate them here. 5 19s for Core Decker. Will leave the 170. Gets that treble. He's going to get a go at the 170. Harrison is going to leave something a lot less than that. It's a 180 for Andreas Harrison. This final is on a knife edge. Can Decker win it with the big fish? Needs another treble. Goes high. He's had a checkout attempt for the title. Andreas Harrison to take us all the way to a last leg decider. He wants the ball. And he gets the ball. We are going all the way to a last leg decider here in Pro Tour 1. 5 legs apiece. 1 leg to determine who will be the first Pro Tour title winner of 2026. Kordeka has led throughout the whole final, but now he's got to try and break Andreas Harrison in the decider, or his wait for that second Pro Tour title will go on at least one more day, perhaps. What a final this has been. We said before it started, these two could serve up a thriller, and they have not disappointed, have they? We've got the full complement of 11 legs. Been plenty of drama in this final. Decker takes a slight advantage, but that can easily be cancelled out. Harrison can find a treble, but he can't. He comes up dry, and that will be music to the ears of the sheriff. Needs to find a big score here, and he comes up dry as well. Can't call which way this final is going to go. Harrison with that treble. He strays into the one with the last dart. The door is open for the sheriff. Again, comes up low with that first dart at the treble 20. Has to come downstairs. Good cover shooting. It's a loose last one, but it gets him down to a finish first. He had to go at the 170 in the last leg. Hit the first treble, missed the second. Harrison. That treble gets him down to 122. Becker. Is this his moment? There's the first treble. Needs another one. For a dart at tops. And a 160 finish for Kordeka to end an 8-year wait for his second PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. What a finish, what a final to kick off our 2026 season. Andreas Harrison, he won 4 titles last year to top the rankings, but he's not going to kick off the new season with a title on the opening day. That goes to the Sheriff Kordeka. He makes that history, the first Norwegian to win multiple titles on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He has beaten Andreas Harrison with a 160 finish in the decider to win it 6-5. I'll be back tomorrow with Pro Tour 2 from 9 o'clock UK time. Join us on the live stream for that to see if Kordeka can go back to back. But do stay with us on the PDC Nordic and Baltic YouTube channel, as we have got action from the third European Tour qualifier coming up later today.